Volume 1 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield, compiled by herself in 2 volumes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield by Unca Eliza Winkfield, Anonymous. Read by Nikki Cain. Advertisement. The following extraordinary history will prove either acceptable or not to the reader. In either case, it ought to be a matter of indifference to him from what quarter or by what means he receives it. But if curiosity demands a satisfaction of this kind, all that he can receive is only this, that I found it among the papers of my late father. Upon a perusal of it, I found it both pleasing and instructive, not unworthy of the most sensible reader, highly fit to be perused by the young of both sexes as a rational moral entertainment. And as such, I doubt not but that it will descend to late posterity, when most of its contemporaries, founded only in fiction, will have been long forgotten. The Editor. End of advertisement. Volume 1, Chapter 1 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Motives for writing this history. Discovery of Virginia. The author's grandfather settles there. He is killed by the natives. His son is taken prisoner, but is saved by one of the king's daughters. The following history of my life I never completely related but to one person, and at that time had no intention of committing it to writing. But finding the remembrance of it burdensome to my memory, I thought I might, in some degree, exonerate myself by digesting the most material events in the form of a history, for which purpose I collected together such loose memorandums as I had occasionally made, which have enabled me to render the following relation more regular and complete than otherwise it could have been, had I been obliged to trust only to the power of recollection. How and why I afterwards came otherwise to dispose of it will appear in due time. The lives of women being commonly domestic, the occurrences of them are generally pretty nearly of the same kind, whilst those of men, frequently more vagrant, subject them often to experience greater vicissitudes, many times wonderful and strange. Though a woman, it has been my lot to have experienced much of the latter, for so wonderful, strange, and uncommon have been the events of my life, that true history, perhaps, never recorded any that were more so. However, I shall not endeavor to extort the reader's credence of them, if such my work should ever have any, by solemn professions of veracity, for perhaps they may never be read, but if they should, I think the greatest skeptic will allow, uncommon as they are, that they do not exceed the bounds of probability. Here are 2 ends they cannot fail of answering: rational entertainment and mental improvement. To proceed, then, the peaceful reign of King James I of England gave opportunity to the first attempt of the English to make a settlement in the Indies, at a place called, originally, Wingondacoa, part of the continent adjoining to Florida, called afterwards Virginia, in honor of our maiden Queen Elizabeth, of blessed memory. As this place was first discovered by the great Sir Walter Raleigh, he obtained letters patent to settle a plantation there, Anno Dom 1584. But it was some years after that time before any colony was sent there. The first plantation that proved successful began in 1607. At this time a colony arrived there of about 100 persons, among the conductors of whom was Mr. Edward Maria Winkfield, my grandfather. But as many of these died, a further supply was sent the year after, under the care of Captain Nielsen, and again more in 1610, 1611, 1612. In 1618, the settlement was thought of consequence enough to receive a governor from England. A very large colony arrived there 2 years after, and now the newcomers formed themselves into corporations. The first and principal town was honored with the name of King James, but the happy prospect with which the newcomers flattered themselves was unhappily obscured by the native Indians, who came unexpectedly upon them and massacred 300 of them. But this loss was soon repaired by a fresh recruit from England. Thus much for the first peopling my native country. The plantation which my grandfather first began, and which was the largest and most successful, devolved in a flourishing state to my father, Mr. William Winkfield, of whom I must relate a very extraordinary adventure, as it gave occasion to his growing more suddenly rich than he could have done by an infant plantation, and gave birth to me, and in the consequences of it affected a more happy issue to my future adventures than could otherwise have happened. At the time of the massacre mentioned above, my grandfather was killed, and my father, with a few more, was taken prisoners by the Indians, and as it was a very dark night, was hurried along many miles before he could perfectly discover any objects. At length the rising sun discovered to his view, at some distance, a large river with a great number of boats on it. Into one of these he was forced, and then bound hand and foot. In a little time all the boats were in motion, and for some hours continued to go with great rapidity. My father had now but too much time to reflect on his unpromising situation, and recalling to his mind the words of his elder brother, whom he had left in England, he thought them unhappily predictive. He was a clergyman, and one of true piety and sound erudition. When his brother, my father, was about to quit England with their father to settle in this new discovered country, "My dear brother Bill," said he, "I know too well my duty to my father to remonstrate against any action of his, though in secret I may dread the consequence. But as I am your brother and your elder, I may presume to give my opinion, may it not be prophetic. We have no right to invade the country of another, and I fear invaders will always meet a curse. But as your youth disenables you from viewing this expedition in that equitable light that it ought to be looked on, may your sufferings be proportionately light, for our God is just and will weigh our actions in a just scale." My father at this time was about 20 years old, of a remarkable fair complexion for a man, with brown hair, black eyes, and was well shaped. I should not give a description of his person, but that to it he owed, as it seems, his future preservation. The Indians continued their voyage about 4 or 5 hours, when they stopped on the same side of the shore on which they had embarked. As soon as they were landed, my father, with 5 other English captives, tied one to another, were drove, like sheep, many miles up the country, and then lodged in a cabin till next day. However, in the interim, they were plentifully supplied with dried Indian corn, dried goat's flesh, and a kind of small wine, but thick, though well flavored. They had heard that some of the Indians were men-eaters, and thought these were such, but that they would not have fed them so plentifully, but to render them, as we do hogs, the better food. However, in this they were mistaken. The next day, soon after sunrising, my father and his 5 unhappy companions were brought out of their cabin, their clothes were taken off, and they placed in a circle formed by a great number of Indians of both sexes, all naked, except a small covering of foliage about their middle, which decently covered the distinction of sexes. This local covering of several of the females was composed of beautiful flowers. The unhappy captives stood amidst this assembly a considerable time, whilst a venerable old man seemed to address them in a pathetic manner, for tears accompanied his words. He was, as my father afterwards learned, their king, and of a very numerous people, and the purport of his long speech was this: "Men, for I see you have legs, arms, and heads as we have, look to the sun." Here he pointed up to that luminary. "He is our God. Is he yours? He made us. He warms us. He lights us. He makes our corn and grass to grow. We love and praise him. Did he make you? Did he send you to punish us? If he did, we will die. Here are our bows and arrows. Kill us." Saying this, they all threw their bows and arrows within the circle between themselves and the captives. Not then knowing their meaning, they stood silent. The king then continued his speech. "Our God is not angry. The evil being who made you has sent you into our land to kill us. We know you not and have never offended you. Why then have you taken possession of our lands, ate our fruits, and made our countrymen prisoners? Had you no lands of your own? Why did you not ask? We would have given you some. Speak." It seems they had no idea that there are more languages than one. Therefore, taking their silence for a confession of guilt, their king proceeded. "You designed to kill us, but we hurt no man who has not first offended us. Our God has given you into our hands, and you must die." This said, the Indians took up their bows and arrows, whilst others bound my father and his 5 unhappy countrymen, and cut off the heads of the latter, one after another. My father expected the same fate, but just as the executioner was about to give the stroke, a maiden, who stood by the king, and whose neck, breast, and arms were curiously adorned with jewels, diamonds, and solid pieces of gold and silver, and who was one of the king's daughters, stroked my father with a wand. This was the signal for deliverance. He was immediately unbound, and a covering, like that the Indians wore, was put round his body, and a kind of chain, formed of long grass, round his neck, of a considerable length, one end of which the princess took hold of, and gently led him along, till she came to a bower composed of the most pleasing greens, delightfully variegated with the most beautiful flowers, a shady defense from the sun, which then shone with uncommon heat. Beneath was a large collection of leaves, which covered the whole surface of the ground to a great depth. Here she made him sit, none present but themselves. She seated herself by him, viewed him with great attention from head to foot, felt his face and hands, but with the greatest modesty. She then arose, and going out, returned presently with a cocoa-nut shell, and drinking first, presented him the remainder of a liquor of most delicious taste, of the vinous kind, at the same time offering him a basket of various fruits. My father freely accepted of both, and found himself surprisingly refreshed. She then made a sign to him to lie down, and with looks of ineffable tenderness retired, having first laid her bow and quiver filled with arrows by him, and fastened the door of the bower with a twig. This tender and extraordinary treatment had so far composed my father's mind that, joined with the excessive heat of the day and the wine together, he was so much overcome that he insensibly fell asleep amidst his reflections on this strange adventure. When he awoke, he found 2 Indian slaves fanning and defending him from the flies, which in that country are very hurtful. No sooner did they perceive he was awake, but one of his attendants withdrew, and presently returned, I cannot say with his fare, but with his black deliverer, who, smiling, gently pulled him by his chain, and led him, now willing and fearless, to a neighboring cabin, greatly distinguished from those about it, both by its largeness and elegance. Here he again saw the king, before whom he bowed, whilst his patroness presented the end of the chain she held to her father, who, with much seeming affability, returned it to his daughter. By this act my father understood he gave him as a captive to his daughter, who, immediately breaking the chain from around his neck, threw it at his feet, making a motion to him that he should set his foot upon it, which he having done, she clapped her hands and cried out, "Hala Pana Chi Nu, great peace be to you." Though my father did not then understand her words, he could not but conceive her actions as declarative of his liberty, for actions are a kind of universal language. He therefore threw himself at her feet, when she in return offered him her hand to rise, and then led him into another cabin, completely furnished after the Indian manner. Here he found the 2 Indian slaves who had attended him in the bower. These the princess presented to him, and whom by the homage they paid him, he understood he was to consider as his slaves. His clothes, which had been taken from him, together with those of his less happy companions, were brought to him. The princess continued some hours with him, and they participated of a collection of fruits, whilst the princess continually talked to him as if he understood her language. This agreeable society continued several weeks, she visiting him every day, showing him the neighboring fountains, woods, and walks, and everything that could amuse. At last my father had began to understand her language, which redoubled all her past pleasures, when, according to the simplicity of the uncorrupted Indians, she declared that love for him, which he had long before understood by her actions. Though a complexion so different as that of the princess from a European cannot but at first disgust, yet by degrees my father grew insensible to the difference, and in other respects her person was not inferior to that of the greatest European beauty. But what was more, her understanding was uncommonly great, pleasantly lively, and wonderfully comprehensive, even of subjects unknown to her, till informed of them by my father, who took extraordinary pains to instruct her. For now he loved in his turn, and sure he must have had a heart strangely insensible, if such great kindness, joined with such perfections, had not had that effect. They had now lived together 6 months, and understood each other tolerably, when Unca, for that was the princess's name, proposed their marriage. As she was a pagan, though my father sincerely loved her and wished for that union, he could not help showing some uneasiness at the proposal. This the observant princess instantly saw. "What," cried she, "does not my Unca, so as she called him, love me?" My father caught her in his arms. "Yes, my dear Unca," cried he, "I do, but my God will be angry if I marry you, unless you will worship him as I do." This gave birth to a long conversation, in which, though my father was a very sensible man, and had enjoyed a good education, being very young, he found it not a little difficult to teach another what he firmly believed himself. But as we readily believe those whom we love, he was more successful than he expected, and in a little time the princess became convinced of her errors, and her good understanding helped to forward her conversion. Thus love and religion agreeably divided their time, and so happy was my father with his princess that he almost forgot his former situation, and begun to look upon the country he was in as his own. Nor indeed did he ever expect to see any other again, and he now loved Unca as much as she did him, and was therefore willing to make her and her country his forever. But an unexpected event soon gave a different turn to their affairs. End of chapter 1. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The king's eldest daughter conceives a passion for him, which produces disagreeable consequences, from which he is delivered by. My father had never seen any other of the king's daughters since the day of his deliverance from death, but his dear Unca, till one day, sitting in a wood to shelter himself from the excessive heat of the sun, the king's eldest daughter approached him. As soon as my father saw her, supposing she was one of the king's daughters, he arose to salute her with the profoundest respect. "Unca," she said, "I have long sought for such an opportunity as this. Let us therefore retire further into this wood, that we may converse with more freedom." My father, unsuspecting the occasion of this visit, obeyed, when the princess thus began. Winca, it is our custom to be silent, or to speak what we think. We are of opinion that nature has given us the same right to declare our love as it has to your sex. Know, Winca, then, that I have seen you, and that the oftener I have seen you, the more I love you. I know my sister loves you, but I am my father's eldest daughter, and as he has no son, whoever married me will be king after his death." My father was so much surprised at this unexpected declaration that he was not able immediately to reply, but as soon as he was a little recovered, he endeavored to excuse himself as well as he could by pleading his love and prior engagement to her sister. But it was in vain. All he could say tended but to provoke her anger. At last, in a rage not to be described, she cried, "If you will not love me, you shall die. My sister shall never enjoy an happiness that I aspire to, nor shall my vengeance be long delayed. This instant shall put a period to your life." However menacing these words were, my father was not greatly alarmed, as they were uttered by an unarmed woman, and which he conceived to be only the effect of passion, and unluckily smiled. "What," cried she, "do you scorn my love? Deride my power? No, wretch, Aluka can despise love and death at her will." Saying this, she clapped her hands together, and immediately 6 male Indians appeared from behind the trees, where they had stood at some distance, unperceived by him. "Seize that white infidel," cried she, and in an instant all power of defense or flight was equally taken from him. She then took a pomegranate shell out of a kind of pocket that she wore by her side, and going up to a poisonous herb, squeezed the juice of it into it. Then advancing to my father, "Here," said she, "be mine or drink this. I offer you love and death. Make your choice." "I can love none but Unca," replied he. She then ordered 4 of the slaves to hold my father, whilst the 2 others were about to force the poisonous draught into his mouth. "Hold," cried my father. "If I must die, I will drink it myself. I cannot do too much for Unca. She gave me life, and for her sake I will lose it. I drink Unca's health. Her love shall make it sweet." He drank it, and I suppose the ministers of his intended death soon left him, for not long after he woke, as it were from sleep, and found himself in the arms of his dear Unca, when in a languid tone he uttered, "What, do I meet my dear Unca so soon in another world? This was worth dying for." He then sunk again as into a sleep. It seems the Princess Unca, having missed my father, arrived just after her sister and the slaves had retired, and saw him sink upon the ground. As she was no stranger to her sister's love for my father, her quick apprehension soon suggested what had happened, and as the Indians are remarkable for their knowledge of poisons, and no less so for their skill in antidotes, she instantly sought, and as quickly found, an herb whose salutary efficacy she was well acquainted with. She immediately squeezed the juice of it into his mouth, which soon reached his stomach, and made him eject the poison. But still his eyes were closed. A second dose revived him, and opening his eyes, he uttered those words to the princess just now related. "Heaven be praised," said the princess, "my dear Winca, that I came time enough to save a life dearer to me than my own. Suck more of this juice, and you will be entirely recovered." He did so, and was soon able to get up and walk, but with a slow, tottering pace, like a man whose brain has been hurt by the fumes of wine. The princess perceived his condition, and as they passed along, gathered some flowers, the smell of which quickly dispelled the fumes, and fortified his brain so powerfully that he was soon perfectly recovered, and his strength and understanding both entirely restored. Having returned the princess 10,000 thanks for thus giving him life a second time, they walked slowly homewards. During their short walk, my father related to the Princess Unca all that had passed between him and the Princess Uluca, her sister. When he had finished his relation, the princess replied, "I will take effectual care for your security tonight, where my sister will not be able to discover you, and tomorrow I will consult my father what further measures we shall pursue." She then led him through some bypaths of the wood to the hut of an honest Indian, in whom she could confide. Here she left him, with a caution not to stir out till her return next day. Early the next morning, the Princess Unca and her father came to the hut where his daughter had concealed my father. Here a consultation was begun. The king said he could do no more blame his eldest daughter than he did his younger for loving my father, that Uluca had conceived an affection for him at the same time that Unca had, and at the instant that she touched him with her wand, Uluca was about to have done the same, that he highly condemned her intention to poison him, yet as she was tenderly beloved by him, as well as Unca, and his heir, he hoped my father would not desire him to inflict any punishment on her, since the loss of her lover would be a sufficient one. My father frankly declared that his regard for him and his love for Unca were sufficient motives to induce him to forgive her. The king then proposed that, to prevent all future danger, my father and the princess should be immediately married, and that they should both set out instantly for the place of my father's abode, and that, on his account, he would enter into a treaty of friendship with his countrymen, and added that he would give him a portion worthy of a princess. As my father considered marriage as a civil as well as a religious ceremony, and found by their discourse that their matrimonial ceremonies had nothing in them contrary to his own religion, he very readily consented. An Indian priest was sent for, and the ceremony was soon performed. A proper cabin or hut was immediately prepared for the reception of the new married couple, and they were securely guarded to prevent further mischief, till such time as the necessary preparations were made for my father's return, with his bride, to his own plantation. In a few days, everything was ready for their departure. They took an affectionate leave of the old king, and got into a canoe provided for them, attended by several others, in which were several Indian maidens to attend Unca, and male slaves for my father, and a considerable baggage, the contents of which my father was then unacquainted with. Taking the advantage of wind and tide, they in a few hours arrived, without any accident, within a small distance of my father's plantation, to which he was heartily welcomed by his neighbors, who never expected to see him again. They were greatly surprised at his extraordinary adventure, and very glad that it proved the means of a friendship between them and the Indians. My father being again settled with his dear Unca in his own habitation, they were now married, according to the rites of the Church of England, by an English chaplain belonging to one of the men of war that then lay in the harbor. Now they began to examine the presents that the king had made them, and found them to be very valuable, consisting of a great quantity of gold dust and precious stones, and many curiosities peculiar to the Indians. However, my father thought it prudent to conceal the greater part of his riches from the knowledge of his neighbors, not knowing how strong a temptation a display of them might prove, as many of the colony were not only persons of desperate fortunes, but most of them such whose crimes had rendered them obnoxious in their native country. As my father had persuaded his wife to conform to the European dress, he provided for her as well as he could, till he had an opportunity of procuring clothes more suitable to her dignity. He took every opportunity that offered to send part of his riches over to England privately, to be there disposed of, and such goods in return to be sent as he wanted, for it seems he had no inclination to leave his habitation, and the thoughts of it were highly disgusting to the princess. But had his own desires been ever so much for a removal, he would have sacrificed them to those of the princess, whom he passionately loved. My father built him a more elegant house, which was suitably furnished, and his plantation by far the best and largest of any about him. This was a work of time. In the interim, my mother, proving with child from the night of their marriage, was safely delivered of me. I was, a month after, baptized by the name of Unca Eliza. The king, my grandfather, frequently sent a messenger to inquire after his children, who always attended with some present of fruit, flowers, or something more valuable. Thus happily did my father and mother live together till I was about 6 years old, during which time they never heard the least news about their sister, Aluka. But at this period, an Indian brought the news of the old king's death, and that Aluka, still single, was received as queen. A little after, as my father and mother were sitting in the garden, and I playing at their feet, a slave informed them that 2 Indians were come from the Princess Aluka. As soon as they came into the garden, my father was surprised to see that they had each of them a great coat on, contrary to the Indian custom. He had scarce made this reflection before one of them, being come close up to him, pulled a short dagger out of his sleeve and made a push at him, which most probably would have proved mortal, had not he, by a sudden motion, avoided it. At the same instant, my mother gave a loud shriek, when my father, turning his eyes, saw her falling with a dagger in her breast, for the other assassin had been too successful in his murderous attempt. My father caught her in his arms and received her dying blood and breath together. The slaves that my mother's shrieks and my cries had brought to us presently seized the 2 murderers. One of them, who dearly loved my mother, drew the dagger out of her breast and plunged it into the heart of him who had assassinated my mother, and was going to have done the same by the other, when my father cried out, as loud as he was able, "Take him alive!" He was instantly bound hand and foot and carried to a place of security. What is human felicity? How often our greatest pleasures procure us the greatest misery. This moment behold a happy couple mutually endearing themselves to each other, whilst the infant offspring of their loves beholds their joys, partakes of, and adds to them. The next, but let the scene sink into darkness. 'Tis too affecting for a daughter's pen to draw. End of chapter 2. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Death of the Indian Queen. Unca and her father embark for England, provides for his brother, a description of the person and dress of the female American. Her father returns to Virginia, for which she afterwards sails, where her father dies. As soon as my mother was buried, and my father a little composed, he called for the surviving assassin, and from him learnt that the Princess Aluka had compelled him and his companion to be the instruments of her revenge on them, for his having slighted her love. My father consulted with the rest of the planters whether they should deliver the assassin up to justice or let him go home. Considering the infant state of the colony and the temper of the reigning princess, they thought it prudent to avoid everything that might occasion a quarrel with the Indians, and therefore agreed to give their prisoner his liberty. At his departure, my father charged the slave to tell his queen that her god, the sun, had seen the murder she had commanded and would revenge it. It was not long after before my aunt the queen died of grief. A little before her death, she ordered, that after her decease, her heart should be sent to my father with this message: Receive a heart that, whilst it lived, loved you, and had you received it, it had never been wicked. Forgive my revenge, and let my heart be buried with you when you are dead, but may the sun give you many days. This was accompanied with a very great present of gold dust, and her bow and arrows, of exquisite workmanship, for me. The bow and some of the arrows I still have. This renewed my father's grief, which had indeed but little subsided. Therefore, to divert his sorrows and give me a better education, he determined to return to London. Everything was accordingly prepared. I was about 7 years old when we embarked, attended by several male and female slaves. We had a tolerable passage to England, and found my father's brother in good health. He was, as I before observed, a clergyman, and had a living in Surrey, where he constantly resided, had a wife, 1 son, and 3 daughters, the youngest of them elder than me. He was exceedingly glad to see his brother, and received me as if I had been a child of his own. He was an excellent divine, of great piety, and of uncommon learning, but ill provided for in the church. As my father was very rich, he gave him £500 for each of his children, and soon after bought the next presentation to a living of 300 a year. The incumbent dying soon after, he presented my uncle to it, with £1,000 to pay the expense of removing, as he said when he gave it. This occasioned our removal to a pleasant village near Windsor. If I was kindly entertained by my uncle, I was little less caressed by the neighbors. My tawny complexion and the oddity of my dress attracted everyone's attention, for my mother used to dress me in a kind of mixed habit, neither perfectly in the Indian nor in the European taste, either of fine white linen or a rich silk. I never wore a cap, but my lank black hair was adorned with diamonds and flowers. In the winter, I wore a kind of loose mantle or cloak, which I used occasionally to wear on one shoulder or to cast it behind me in folds, tied in the middle with a riband, which gave it a pleasing kind of romantic air. My arms were also adorned with strings of diamonds, and one of the same kind surrounded my waist. I frequently diverted myself with wearing the bow and arrow the queen my aunt left me, and was so dexterous a shooter that, when very young, I could shoot a bird on the wing. My uncommon complexion, singular dress, and the grand manner in which I appeared, always attended by 2 female and 2 male slaves, could not fail of making me much taken notice of. I was accordingly invited by all the neighboring gentry, who treated me in a degree little inferior to that of a princess, as I was always called. And indeed I might have been a queen, if my father had pleased, for on the death of my aunt, the Indians made me a formal tender of the crown to me, but I declined it. My uncle, who gave his daughters the same learned education with his son, desired I might make one of their society. This was very agreeable to my father, and no less so to me, who was very fond of my cousins, and willing to do what they did. I could already speak the Indian language, as well as English, or rather with more fluency. In this manner we lived near a year, happy, I should say, all of us, but my father, who, as he had no business to do, grew more melancholy. He therefore resolved to revisit the country where he had left the remains of his princess. It was in vain to entreat his stay. My uncle and aunt's remonstrances were lost, and only served to confirm his resolution of returning to his plantation. However, he thought proper to leave me with my uncle to complete my education. Though I was unwilling to part with my father, I was as much so to leave my cousins, and therefore stayed behind pretty contentedly. My father, before his departure, made great preparations for the improvement of his plantation, rather for his amusement than from a desire of gain. I continued here till I was 18 years of age, during which time I made a great progress in the Greek and Latin languages and other polite literature, whilst my good aunt took care of the female part of my education with equal success. Tawny as I was, with my lank black hair, I yet had my admirers, or such they pretended to be, though perhaps my fortune tempted them more than my person. At least I thought so, and accordingly diverted myself at their experience, for none touched my heart. Young as I was, I often thought on my dear mother, and honored her memory with many tears. And as I found it was the custom in England to erect monuments for persons who often were interred elsewhere, I desired my uncle to erect a superb mausoleum in his churchyard, sacred to the memory of my dear mother. It is a lofty building, supported by Indians as big as life, ornamented with coronets and other regalia, suitable to her dignity. The form is triangular, and on one side is cut an inscription in the Indian language, containing a short account of her life and death. This I drew up and translated into Latin and English, which fills up the two other sides. On the top is an urn, on which an Indian leans, and looks on it in a mournful posture. The whole is surrounded with iron palisades. This I often visited, and here I dropped many a tear. My father, by this time, begun to think my absences long, and desired my return, which was equally agreeable to me, for though I was pleased with my situation and the affectionate treatment of my relations, yet I scarcely longed to see my native country. My father, by this time, begun to think my absence long, and desired my return, which was equally agreeable to me, for though I was pleased with my situation and the affectionate treatment of my relations, yet I secretly longed to see my native country, of which I retained a perfect idea, but more so to see my father. Everything being prepared for my voyage, I, with my 4 slaves, embarked on board a ship for my return home, being then in my 18th year. However, my uncle insisted that his son John Winkfield, my cousin, should go with me to take care of me. His regard for me and desire to see a strange country made him very glad to accept of the proposal. During our voyage, my cousin neglected no opportunity to renew his address to me, which he had before begun in England. I gravely told him I would never marry any man who could not use a bow and arrow as well as I could. But as he still continued his suit, I always laughed at him, and answered in the Indian language, of which he was entirely ignorant, and so by degrees wearied him into silence on that head. I shall not trouble my readers with any particulars of our voyage, and shall only say that after a tedious and indifferent one, I once more found myself in the embraces of a tender father. The sight of me revived his memory, the remembrance of my dear mother, which drew from him a flood of tears, with which I sincerely joined mine. As soon as these subsided, his transports of joy were as great to see me returned in safety and so much improved. He received my cousin with great affection, and on his return home gave him a bill on England for 1,000 pounds sterling, which he might well do, for he was extremely rich. I, on my part, desired some considerable presents to be sent to my uncle and aunt and to my cousins, with some of less value to my female acquaintance, together with some natural curiosities of my own country, as birds, shells, etc. There was one circumstance attending my education, whilst under my uncle's tuition, that, in justice to his memory, I ought not to omit: the religious part, and in this he was as methodical and exact as though I had been to be a divine. Nor did he inculcate religion as a mere science, but in such a warming and affecting manner that whilst his lectures convinced the understanding, they converted the heart, and made me love and know religion at the same time. The happy effects of his pious instructions I have experienced throughout my life, and indeed in one part of it they were not only of the greatest comfort to me, but of the highest use, as they will appear hereafter. But to return to my father, neither his riches, business, nor even my company, whom he most affectionately loved, could cure him of that melancholy under which he labored from the decease of my mother. This at length determined him once more to visit England, that new objects might divert his mind. With this view, he soon found means to remove his great wealth to England, and prepared to dispose of his plantation. But by the time he had almost done the former, and had agreed to let his plantation, he grew so bad as to be incapable of removal, and in a few days went to that happiness in another world which he could not enjoy in this. End of chapter 3. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Unca buys a sloop and embarks for England. The captain proposes a match between her and his son. Her slaves and attendants massacred, and herself left on an uninhabited island. Having paid my father every funeral honor I could, and having nothing now to attach me to this country, and the bulk of my great fortune lying in England, I determined to embark for that kingdom, and to conclude my days in my uncle's family. But Solomon saith, The heart of man deviseth his way, but the Lord directeth his going. And so I found it. I was now in my 24th year. At this time, an opportunity offered that favored my intended voyage. There was a sloop in the harbor, a good sailing vessel, and large enough to carry me, my attendants, and effects. I chose an old captain, who had lately been shipwrecked and lost his all, and who wanted to get over to his son in England, to undertake the care of us, and, as a gratuity for his trouble, promised, if we arrived safe in England, to give him the ship, that he might once more be able to follow his occupation. This proposal he accepted with great joy, and having got together a sufficient number of hands to navigate our vessel, I prepared to embark. Notwithstanding what my father had before sent to England, I had yet a great many valuable goods to take with me, to the amount of near 10,000 pounds. These being safely lodged on board, I followed myself, attended by my 2 favorite female slaves, who had sailed with me before, and 6 men slaves, who begged to attend me, though I had offered them their liberty if they chose to stay behind. We sailed with the first fair wind, and had not been on our voyage above a day before the captain, willing to lose no time, began to talk to me very freely about marriage. He did not indeed solicit me for himself, but he made strong courtship for his son. I at first answered him with good humor, and told him I hoped he would let me see his son before I determined to have him, and that if he could shoot with my bow and arrows, which then hung by me in the cabin, as well as I could, I would have him were he ugly or handsome. But I soon found that he was too much in earnest, and I too much in his power. For in a peremptory manner he told me that if I would not immediately sign a bond to marry his son on our arrival in England, or forfeit 30,000 pounds, I should neither see England nor return to my plantation. I wondered he did not propose himself, but I found afterwards that he was a married man, as he informed me. I did not know law enough then, or else I might have given the bond, and so have avoided the distress that my refusal occasioned, as in equity I might have been released from the penalty, and the readier, as my 2 female slaves were witnesses to all he said. But as I persisted in my refusal, he grew incensed, and having, I suppose, gained the ship's crew by promises to assist him, at last told me he was come to a resolution, that as I persisted in my refusal, he was now very opportunely coming to an uninhabited island, where he would leave me to be a prey to wild beasts, and that as I had given him my ship, he would make bold to give himself the cargo. 2 of my men slaves happened to come behind him just as he said these words, when one of them caught him in his arms, and the other, opening the cabin window, threw him into the sea. I know not whether I was sorry for this at that instant, but I soon had occasion to be heartily so, for the consequence was fatal to them. As our ship at this time made very little way, and the captain could swim, he presently got up to the ship, and being seen by some of the crew, who knew not how he got overboard, a rope was thrown out, and he was quickly drawn up. In the meantime, one of the 2 men slaves went and brought the other 4 into my cabin. Soon after, the captain and several of his men, armed with pistols and cutlasses, came into the cabin. The captain, advancing up to him who threw him overboard, shot him dead, and now a terrible skirmish began. I indeed got no hurt, which was a wonder, for though no blow was aimed at me, the close of the place exposed me to imminent danger, and the 2 female slaves got several wounds. My men slaves were unarmed and therefore soon overcome. 3 were killed outright, and the others, I suppose, mortally wounded. The poor faithful fellow who opened the cabin window was hung up alive at the yardarm, bleeding as he was, there to perish by hunger, thirst, and heat. This touched me more than my own misfortune. I offered the captain £1,000 to release him and to let him be cured of his wounds. "Madam," returned the villain, "where are your £1,000? All you have on board is already in my possession." Thus could I only pity, but not relieve. I now expected my own destiny, and it soon arrived. The captain, who had left the cabin to dispose of his prisoners, returned and once more asked me if I would sign the bond. I answered no, and at the same time desired that my 2 maids might have some care taken of their wounds. He replied he had no surgeon, and if they did not grow well soon, he should throw them overboard, but if they recovered, he would sell them the first opportunity. He then left the cabin. A few hours afterwards we came to an uninhabited island, where he put me on the shore, for nothing that I said could soften his heart. I begged hard for both or one of my maids, but all the favor I could obtain was my bow and quiver of arrows. Indeed, he gave me a box of clothes, but for these I did not thank him, as I never expected to use them, thinking myself consigned to some wild beast whose prey I should become. End of chapter 4. Volume 1, Chapter 5 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. She offers up praise to God, takes refuge in a hermitage, where she finds a manuscript left by the deceased inhabitant, in which are instructions how to subsist on the island, reflections on her situation. Thus, disconsolate and alone, I sat on the seashore. My grief was too great for my spirits to bear. I sunk in a swoon on the ground. How long I lay in this senseless state I know not, or whether I might ever have recovered, had not a wave, brought on by the rising tide, and which broke over me, awaked me. I arose, hardly sensible where I was, or what I was doing, and ran to a rising ground, and here I once again beheld my deplorable condition. A few minutes' recollection brought me to a sense of my duty, for reflecting within my mind that as the wicked captain could very easily have killed or drowned me, it was a wonder that he should give me the least chance for life, that I ought therefore to thank God for this escape, and to commit myself to his providence. Indeed, in the hour of affliction, we are ready enough to pray to God for help, but are so taken up with a sense of our miseries that we forget that we have any mercy to be thankful for. We should always sing a Te Deum before we sigh a litany, for our sighs will sink before they reach heaven, unless raised thither by the wind of praise. Filled with these ideas, I fell on my knees and thanked God, who had delivered me out of the hand of the wicked, and that now I was in his only. On this occasion, these words of David came into my mind. Let me now fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercies are great, and let me not fall into the hands of man. At the close of my prayers, I solemnly committed myself into the hands of God. I now arose from my knees with a serenity by no means to have been expected. During this composure of mind, I advanced to the highest ground I could see, in hopes I might discover some place of safety, not considering the improbability of such a discovery. Though the sun shone very hot, which soon dried my wet clothes, yet I saw it declining apace. I therefore kept looking about with eager expectation, when at last I saw, or thought I did, the ruins of a building. I advanced and saw it more distinctly. Though it promised what I wished for, an asylum, yet I dreaded to go nearer. I looked, I stopped, I prayed, and then I moved again. Thus, strangely divided between hope and fear, I still kept going forward, and in an inexpressible agitation, got close up to it, almost insensibly. I was so near now as to perceive a door half open. I listened and heard no noise. Fearful to retire or to enter, I stood trembling a long time. How long I might have remained in this condition, I know not, had not a sudden noise behind me, like the hallooing of a human voice, forced me precipitately to rush in, fearless of the danger within, that I might avoid that which threatened me from without. This double sense of danger deprived me of my senses, and I sunk down in a swoon. As I recovered by degrees, I saw all within the apartment before I was quite sensible enough to be afraid of my situation, and seeing nothing to alarm, I grew quite calm, and observing a kind of great chair, formed of several large and less stones, and the seat covered with a great heap of leaves, I sat down, and rested my weary limbs and agitated spirits. The sun still shone pretty bright through the holes in the wall, which was of stone, and perfectly discovered everything within. My fright had deprived me of the thought to shut the door. However, nothing came to hurt or alarm me. Before me was a heap of stones, on which laid a grater, which served as a table, and near enough to lean on. In a large fish shell that lay on the table, I perceived water, which I boldly ventured to drink of, and found myself instantly refreshed. I lifted up my heart to heaven with thanks, and bespoke its further protection. On my right hand, I saw a kind of couch formed, like a table, of a heap of stones, and the flat part, or surface, covered with moss and leaves. I now concluded that this was the habitation of some human being, but this gave me no alarm, for as I had read of hermits who frequently retire from public life to enjoy their devotions in private, I imagined, from what I saw, that this must be the habitation of such a one, from whom I did not doubt but I should meet with protection and spiritual consolation. This reflection restored me to such tranquillity of mind that I rested myself with the pleasing expectation of his return, which, considering it was near night, I thought could not be long. As I now had fresh cause to be thankful, I was so, and found I had spirits enough to sing a short Latin hymn of praise. But still no hermit appeared, and the sun was now set, but the moon was risen and shone with so much brightness into the cell that I scarcely missed the greater luminary. As I thus sat waiting, I observed a book lying on the table, which I had not before perceived, which I supposed to be a book of devotion, but on opening it, found it to be a manuscript, in the first leaf of which were these words: "If this book should ever fall into the hands of any person, it is to inform him that I lived on this uninhabited island 40 years. But now, finding the symptoms of death upon me, I am going to retire to another stone room, where I shall lay me down, and if God pleases, rest forever from all my troubles." As this was dated as to the month and year, though without day of the month, I concluded he must be dead, as it was a month ago, and therefore gave over all expectation of seeing the hermit, with the thought of whose presence I had pleased myself. A little lower in the same page was added, "If thou shouldest be obliged to stay here any time, there are no wild beasts or noxious animals to injure thee, nor savages, except once a year, on one day, see page of this book, 397. How you may subsist, you may learn from the history of my life." I immediately turned to the page referred to, and found that it was yet 2 months to the time of the Indians coming on this island. I now thought I might sleep securely. I therefore shut the door and fastened it with a heavy stone that lay there, I supposed, for that use. Coming back from the door, I spied a heap of Indian roots, which I presently knew to be such, and which serve instead of bread. As some of them were yet very good, and had been roasted, being very hungry, I ate heartily and drank more of the water. As I walked about the room, I saw in a nook another shell, which I imagined to be filled with the juice of wild grapes, from the look and taste, and therefore, as I was faint, drank some of it, but with caution, as I found it was grown strong withstanding. As the moon shone very bright, I took out my Greek Testament, which I always carried in my pocket, it being my custom to read a chapter in it morning and night. I opened accidentally to the Epistle of the Hebrews, and the first words that offered to my view were these: Chapter 8, Umese ano oud omese enkada lipo. I cannot but say they gave me great comfort, and I thought myself in that moment equal to all the difficulties I foresaw I had to encounter with through the divine protection, though I very well remembered the caution my pious and judicious uncle gave me. "Beware," said he, "of the practice of some enthusiasts of our times who make the word of God literally an oracle, by opening of it at particular times and on particular occasions, presuming that wherever they open, they are to apply the passage to themselves, or to the business they are about, because many have thereby been led into spiritual pride, and others into despair, as they opened on a promise or a curse, whilst others have but too often, in the same manner, pleaded a warrant from Scripture to perpetuate wickedness or to propagate error. Though," added he, "happy is the Christian who, by a prudent and rational use of the Scriptures, procures comfort to his soul. For as the Apostle says, whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we through patience and comfort of the Scriptures might have hope." Romans chapter 15, verse 4. Having read the whole chapter and said my prayers, I prepared to take my rest on the stone couch, and laid down in my clothes, with more composure, notwithstanding my dreadful situation, than my wicked captain, I think, could do, though indeed, I believe, a man may sin to such a degree as to render his conscience quite callous, the most dreadful state a human being can sink into. Sleep soon closed my eyes, and I did not awaken till the sun was up. My spirits cheered by such timely refreshment, and my devotions performed, I quitted my cell, and directed my feet towards the seashore, to see what was become of my chest that I had left there the preceding night, little expecting to see it again, because I thought the working of the tide must have washed it into the sea, or have buried it in the sands. After some search, I spied it almost buried indeed in the sands, but was not much better for the discovery, as I was unable to remove it. I therefore returned to my cell, ate some of the Indian roots, and drank a little water, whilst my mind was busied, how I should break open my chest, and so bring away at times what I could not at once. I had indeed a small knife in my pocket, but that was not strong enough to cut through a thick board. I looked round my cell and found nothing that could assist me. This gave me some concern, for if I could not come at my clothes, I considered that I should soon be very uneasy to myself, and started at the thoughts of going naked. However, for the present, I was obliged to be contented. But now other cares came into my mind. The roots I fed on were not all of them good, but only a few of them so, and how was I to get more? I did suppose they grew in the island, but I was not fond of rambling. Though the hermit's manuscript assured me there were no inhabitants nor animals to hurt me, yet the thought of wandering alone was terrifying. I might lose my way and not be able to find my cell again, or not under a long time, and even should I find plants near my habitation, how was I to make a fire to roast them? Other anxious thoughts still pressed upon my mind, one after another. At last I recollected that in the memorandum I had read the night before, I was informed that the hermit's manuscript contained instructions how to subsist. This once more cheered my mind, and I now began to give it a careful reading, but not regularly, impatiently looking here and there for those things that most concerned me. It was written in a fair, legible hand. I soon found that there was a flint and steel in the cell I was in, that at some distance there was a small river that ran quite through the island, that he made use of the shell of a certain fish for a lamp, in which he burned the fat of goats, and for a wick made use of a particular reed. I then searched to learn how he got goats to supply him with fat, and at last met with this memorandum. When I first came upon this island, I found plenty of goats, yet having no firearms, I was never the better for the discovery, as they were too wild to catch. But observing that they were very fond of a yellow fruit that grows on several of the trees here, and that they were continually watching when any of it fell off to eat it, this suggested a thought, that if I gathered some of it, I might possibly tame them by giving them plenty of it to eat. I accordingly broke down some of the branches, and whilst I held them in my hand, they would follow me up and down like a dog, so that I could catch them when I pleased. I found also that the goats, if I laid plenty of this fruit before them, would let me milk them whilst they fed. I from this time no more wanted either milk or goat's flesh, for as I knew this fruit would not be on the trees all the year, I gathered large quantities of it in the season, and saved them to serve in the other part of the year. This information gave me great pleasure. I immediately searched and found the steel and flint, and near them dry leaves and touchwood. I now thought of setting fire to one end of my box, as thinking it better to burn part of my clothes than come at none of them. But, however, I declined this method in hopes of finding some better expedient, but was still very uneasy, lest the tide should remove it into the sea, or bury it out of sight in the sands. But I was obliged to run every risk. A few days afterwards, what I wished for was effected by a means that I at first thought would have entirely deprived me of my chest. I was walking near the seaside, looking at my chest, when I observed the sea to rise, and presently the winds blew very tempestuously. I retreated back enough to observe the storm in safety, which at last became very great, and soon saw my chest tossed about by the waves, as though it had been as light as a feather. I expected that every fresh wave would remove it forever out of my sight, but it was removed further and further on shore, as the sea advanced, till at last I saw it no more. I then gave it up for lost, and returned home, for so I now called my cell, very uneasy. However, the next day, the storm being over the night before, and the sun shining very bright, I again visited the shore, and the spot where the chest had lain, but in vain. But seeing at a distance higher up from the shore some rocks, my curiosity led me to go up to them, not with any expectation of finding my chest, for I had given over all thoughts of it. But climbing up one of them, I found my chest lodged there. I was glad to see it, though the same difficulty still remained, how to open it. Being wary with climbing the rock, I sat myself down to rest. As I was sitting on that side of the rock that declined to the sea, I observed that on the other side of the rock was a very deep descent, at the bottom of which were craggy stones, but level with the rest of the island. I was startled at my nearness to it. However, this suggested something to my mind. If, thought I could push the chest down this precipice, the fall might break it. At least it would be out of the reach of the sea. However, I was afraid to do so, lest I should tumble over with it. But after some consideration, I thought that if I laid myself down on the ground, on the side on which I got up, I might attempt it. I accordingly tried, and with great difficulty moved it, but not immediately. At last, after a great deal of labor, it fell over. The noise it made when it came to the ground frightened me, though I knew what it was. My next business was to get down the way I came up, and then to find my way to the valley. I did so, but was obliged to go a great deal about. When I was come near to the spot, I found the ground so rugged that it was with great difficulty, and not without several falls, that I reached the chest, which I found broke into a great many pieces. And it took me up near a whole day to remove the contents, gowns, linen, and many other useful things. All these I conveyed to my cell, not a little pleased that I had at last conquered this great difficulty, and was now supplied with things that I should have greatly wanted. But to return to where I left off. Having found the steel and flint, I immediately made a trial of them, and they were in very good order. I found 3 lamp shells ready prepared. I lighted them, and they burnt very well. My next attempt was to get some goat's milk, as I had yet tasted nothing but roasted roots and water. I took a large fish shell, of which I found plenty ready at my hand. It was not long before I met with the tree with the yellow fruit, and several goats under it, who ran a little way off as I advanced, but not out of sight, but seemed to wait as if they watched me. I found it very difficult to climb the tree, but at last got up and broke several boughs off, and as soon as I was down, the goats came to me. I laid the boughs down and clapped my foot on them, lest the goats should drag them away. I now tried to milk one of them, but very awkwardly, having never done so before. However, I got enough to drink then, and to bring home for another time. I repeated this practice till I became very ready at it, and not knowing how soon the fruit might fail, I took care to gather and save a good deal of it. My next attempt was to kill a goat, as I found I grew weak for want of more substantial food than plants and milk. There was a knife fit for this purpose in my cell, and several others, and forks. But the thoughts of killing shocked me, and I was afraid to kill one whilst the others saw me, lest they should be afraid and shun me for the future. Having therefore thrown down a good deal of the fruit with a bough of it, I enticed one of them to follow me till out of the sight of the others, and then, but with great uneasiness to myself, killed it. But a more difficult task was still behind, to skin and cut it up. But as my time was not very precious, I had enough to bestow on it, and at last completed my job, though in a very bungling manner. I carried it home and made a fire, having plenty of wood, and roasting some of it, I made a hearty, grateful meal. What I could not eat whilst it was fresh, I salted, for I found plenty of salt on the rocks by the seaside. My next care was to provide a new stock of roots, as though I found in the cell were nearly consumed. It was not long before I found plenty. These I roasted on the fire and laid them up. If I was now rich in provisions, I was quickly more so. For almost every day, looking into the hermit's manuscript book, I learned from thence that there was not only plenty of shellfish on the shore, all of them wholesome, except the black flesh kind, but that every tide left great numbers of other fishes in the holes and shallows. I soon tasted some of each sort, and found them very delicious. particularly a shellfish like what are called oysters in England, and which needed no dressing. Others were of the lobster and crab kind. The shells of the latter, being large, were very useful. Besides fish and flesh, I could also help myself to birds of various kinds, particularly some like larks, which I took according to the hermit's direction in this manner. From several of the trees issued a kind of glutinous matter, which I gathered and besmeared the little low brambles and bushes with it, and by that means catched a great many small birds that used to eat the berries of them. What a plentiful table was here, furnished only at the expense of a little trouble. This happiness I owed to the misfortunes of another, for had not the hermit made these discoveries, and left the means of my coming at the knowledge of them, how miserable must have been the state of a lonely woman. Doubtless I should soon have perished with hunger. How graciously does the goodness of Providence often raise help to the distressed from the misfortunes of others. The hermit who had made these discoveries, and by them was supported, had great reason to thank God, and I no less cause to be thankful to the same being who influenced his heart to leave behind him the history of his life, which proved the preservation of mine. If this reflection gladdened my heart, it was succeeded by one that gave me no less pain. At last, cried I, he died here. What might he not feel for want of some kind friend to ease his sufferings in his last hours? 40 years without human society, no opportunity offered to restore him to his native or to any other country. Must this be my fate? Tears gushed from mine eyes, and sorrow filled my heart. Thus weeping and lamenting I sat, and from time to time exclaimed, Wretched princess, what have I done to suffer thus from human treachery? But at length a more comfortable view of my condition again presented itself to my mind, and I was consoled. For I again reflected on the great improbability that there was of my finding such a resource in my captivity as the hermit's book, and how thankful I ought to be. I will take this, cried I, as an earnest of a future deliverance. At this instant, I experienced such an inward persuasion in my mind that I should escape from this island, that every uneasy thought fled, and left my mind a calm scarcely to be expressed. I therefore arose and went cheerfully about my little concerns, but not without having first thanked that God who had given me this consolation. End of chapter 5. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The thoughts of her distress occasion a severe fever. Recovers, seeks comfort in her own reflections. As I had now settled my manner of living, I was very easy on that head, till this reflection destroyed all my peace. 'Tis true I am well provided for the present, whilst the summer and fine weather continue. I can with little difficulty, or rather amusement, supply myself with fish, flesh, and fowl. But winter no doubt will come, and how severe that season may prove I cannot foretell. How shall I, during the inclemency of it, procure the means of subsistence? There will be less plenty of birds. The gum, which now spontaneously issues from the trees, will then fail. The sands on the coast, being more frequently and violently agitated, will be unsafe, and my supplies from thence less, perhaps none. The goats will also yield little or no milk, and the rain perhaps may continue for many days, nay, weeks, and confine me entirely to my cell. Such were the anxious, perplexing thoughts that agitated my mind, and the fear of the future destroyed the enjoyment of the present. I sat dissolved in sighs and tears, and indulged my melancholy, till the night drew on, when I laid down, but not to rest, and so greatly was my mind afflicted that it brought on a violent fever, attended with a delirium. I raved, I cried, I laughed by turns. I soon became so weak that I was scarce able to crawl from my bed to get some water, of which I happened to have plenty. As my thirst was great, I drank freely of it, but as the fever continued 3 days, I was now reduced to my last shellful of water. I had at this time an interval of sense, when I found I was too weak to get out of my cell to fetch more, yet my thirst forced me to drink this, which I did, supposing it would be my last, and that death must be my next potion. I soon emptied the shell, and as well as I was able, and with as much resignation as I could, laid me down to die. It was not long before I fell asleep for the first time since the fever came on me. How long I slept I could not tell, but awoke in a great sweat, and found my thirst as great as ever, and to such an intolerable degree that I determined, if possible, to attempt going to the river to drink, though I died in the way, for death itself was more eligible than the thirst I suffered. With much difficulty I raised myself up and got upon the ground, but was obliged to crawl upon my hands and feet, and to rest very often by the way before I reached the river. Surely deliverance itself could not have given me greater pleasure than the sight of the water. I greedily thought there would be scarce enough to assuage my raging thirst. I laid myself flat on the edge, and whilst I drank, had the additional pleasure of cooling my hands and face. At length my thirst was happily allayed, but the river was not dried up. The coolness of the water was so agreeable to my hands and face that I thought I would wash my feet, as they burnt with no less fierceness. To do this, I was obliged to seat myself on the bank. It was with much labor and difficulty I did so, but had scarce placed myself when either the bank broke down or I slipped, and into the water I fell, and plunged all over. Whether the water by its coolness braced my nerves and gave me strength, or how I know not, but I soon reared my head above the surface, and crawled upon the shore. When my weakness again returned, and I fell all along, unable to stir, expecting to die every moment. At last I fell into a deep sleep, I suppose for some hours, when I awoke in a violent sweat. I was still thirsty, but not so painfully as before, and even found myself refreshed. I was fearful to have recourse to the river, lest I should fall into it again, when, observing a she-goat very near me, I made shift to creep softly to her and suck her dugs, which she happily permitted. This was at first a comfortable relief, but I soon after grew very sick and vomited violently. But I found that my fever was quite gone off, and that I was no longer thirsty. Reflecting on the great escape I had from drowning, and the favorable change in my health, whereas the mere circumstance of being immersed in the water in the condition I was might have proved instant death, I lifted up my heart unto God, and unfeignedly thanked him for his mercy. I now attempted to get up and crawl to my cell, but found myself too weak to do either. All I could do was to sit up sometimes a little. The sun indeed dried my clothes apace, but its heat was too violent to bear long. I was forced, therefore, to crawl a little way under the shade of some trees that grew on the banks of the river, but this I was long performing, though not above 2 or 3 yards off. The shade of the trees protecting me from the sun's scorching beams, and the cool breezes which came upon me from the river refreshing me greatly, I once more fell asleep. When awaked, I was greatly but agreeably surprised to find how much better I was. My clothes were quite dry, and now I hoped I might be able to get to my cell, for I saw the sun was setting. Though I was not thirsty, I could have been glad of some more milk, but there was no goat near me, for notwithstanding the milk had made me sick, yet I believe it contributed to my recovery by clearing my stomach. I once more attempted to crawl home, for I could do no more, and glad was I to do so. At last I reached my cell, much fatigued and very weak, and greatly in want of some refreshment. I soon recollected that there was some of that wine left that I drank the first day I came, and made shift to reach it, but having no water to mix with it, I drank a very little of it, and that little was too strong for my stomach to stay in. Still finding my stomach empty and uneasy, I, at last, remembered my root bread. I cut a slice of it and soaked it in the wine. I ate sparingly of it and found it agreed with me and refreshed me greatly. The rest of it I laid by my couch and bit a piece of it now and then, for I lay awake most part of the night, but free from both thirst and fever. Towards morning I slept soundly, and when I awaked I was much surprised to find how my strength was recruited, or rather my weakness abated. I got up and most heartily thanked God for my recovery, and with the help of 2 sticks made shift to walk, though slowly. I reached some of the yellow fruit with which I used to entice the goats, and laid it before the door, in hopes that the goats would see it, for I could not walk in search of them, putting some stones upon the boughs, that they might not drag them away. At last a she-goat came, and I milked her, and drank a large shell of it, with a little bit of my root bread. This agreed extremely well with my stomach. I continued this practice for about a week, once a day, drinking a little wine with water, and thus once more happily recovered my health and my strength to such a degree that I could now walk about and do my little business, and in a week or more was as well and almost as strong as before. I had now been upon this place for a month, for as I had an almanac with me, I kept an exact amount of time, that I might be sure to conceal myself on the day the Indians were to arrive, as cautioned by the hermit's manuscript. Being thus recovered, I could not but reflect that I owed my late sickness to my giving way to those anxious, corroding cares that had arisen in my mind concerning my future subsistence, and I could not but condemn my folly and mourn for the sinfulness of it, and of which, I hope, I heartily repented. My dear uncle was a great recommender of meditation. That man, said he, hardly knows that he is a thinking being who does not often meditate by himself. It is, said he, a glorious privilege, and he who practices it will grow wiser and better by an hour's serious meditation than by a month's reading. We should, continued he, be often inculcating upon our minds the truths we know, and they will become fixed. We should often rebuke, advise, and console ourselves, and we shall become better men, more prudent and more contented. I was so strongly convinced of the reasonableness and utility of this practice that I adopted it, and according to his further advice, used to talk to myself aloud, as the occasion required, as I would do to another, and that with all the force of argument, vehemence, and energy of expression I could, or as the nature of the subject required. Upon these occasions I have been frequently surprised to find how my understanding has been convinced, my affections moved, and my will determined. I have assented to a truth I never before believed, wept at the conviction of a fault, and have found a consolation in a time of trouble that I did not expect. On these occasions it was always my custom to imagine to myself that my uncle was speaking to me. This, I thought, as it were, inspired me, and gave an energy to my words, strength to my arguments, and commanded my attention. I have sometimes indulged this reverie to such a degree that I have really imagined, at last, that my uncle was speaking to me. By reflecting on my late sickness and the occasion of it, I was led into one of these soliloquies, and thus in the imagined person of my uncle did I address myself. In vain, I find, are the precepts that I so often inculcated on your mind. They have not reached your heart, and I fear are erased from your memory. It was very easy in the day of prosperity to hear instructions how to bear adversity, but in the hour of calamity they are forgotten. From the days of your infancy, the smiles of Providence almost constantly attended you. You were too young at your mother's death long to feel her loss, and that of your father's was the most poignant. Indeed, to be at once deprived of your great affluence and secluded from human society are afflictions not of a light weight. But still, could you find no consolation? The dread of approaching winter in your situation might alarm, but sure, at your first coming on this island, you had no less reason, surely more so, to be alarmed for your then immediate preservation. Yet what favorable circumstances have intervened, and such as, if properly improved, may prevent the calamities you dread? How preferable is your condition to that of those consigned to slavery for life, forced to bear with accumulated evils utterly unknown to you, slaves to a tyrant and the subjects of unrelenting cruelty. Ah, Eliza, would we but compare our sufferings with those of others, where would the wretch be found who would not have something wherewith to console himself? How many voluntarily quitted the advantages of society to avoid the temptations of it, in a worse retirement than yours? Thus might I reason with a heathen, and I think not without success. But is not Unca a Christian, or would be such? Receive then the instructions of a higher school, and learn of a better master. Remember him who through sufferings was made perfect, and that the disciple is not to be above his master. Let then your whole life be one continual aphorontes eis tein Iesun. The greater your calamities, the greater should be your trust and confidence in God. He who relies most on his providence glorifies him most. We should never neglect the use of means whilst in our power, but when they fail, we must still look up to him who needs them not, for when we have done our utmost, we must not despair, as though God's power was cut off from ours. No, at such a time we must commit ourselves and our wants to him, with a firm persuasion that he will help us. If we make him the object of our faith and prayers, we shall become the subjects of his mercy. Remember, godliness hath the promise of this life, as well of that which is to come. But always be mindful that we are to commit ourselves to him by a patient continuance in well-doing. No imaginary flights of faith will warrant our confidence in him. Nothing will do unless we prove ourselves to be his servants by keeping his commands. For true saving faith always produces good works. Believe and obey. Be thankful to God for the mercies you enjoy, and trust in him for those you want. The citizen may be wretched and the solitary happy. Human felicity or misery is confined to no place or circumstance of life. The servant of God is safe wheresoever or howsoever he be. Humble thyself, therefore, under the almighty hand of God, and he shall exalt thee in due time. Let not your care for this present life make you neglect that of a future one. Should your body die here, your soul will not find the way to heaven the more difficult. Though the cloud of affliction now hangs over your head, the sun of mercy behind may dispel it, and once more show his glorious face. Believe, obey, and trust, and be saved, blessed, and delivered. Thus did I endeavor to fortify my heart and to learn patience and resignation to the dispensations of providence. Nor were my attempts in vain, nor did I ever again suffer such anxious cares as those from which I was just now delivered. Submission or hope, one or both, were ever in a less or greater degree my solace. End of chapter 6. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. again consults the hermit's manuscript, some account of his life, finds the hermitage to be the temple of the sun, discovers a great number of mummies, and on her return from exploring the temple, perceives the hermit at his devotions. I had not yet read the hermit's manuscript regularly, but here and there, as I hoped to find some necessary and useful directions for my manner of subsistence. But having now pretty well attained this desirable end, I propose to read it from the beginning regularly through, without omitting any part. But before I begun, for I found it would take up a great while, I once more hastily looked it over, to find when and what kind of winter I had to expect. I found that it was now the beginning of the summer, or rather spring, and that I had at least 6 months certain good weather before me, except some great storms of thunder and lightning. As I had so much time between me and winter, I did not stop now to learn how the hermit provided against that event, but, according to my first intention, assigned a few hours every day to the history of his life. As I have this manuscript still in my possession, I shall do no more than give a very short view of its contents, though the whole of it would very well deserve to be made public. From this manuscript I learned that the hermit, as I called him, on account of his recluse life, might yet be more properly called so on account of his extraordinary piety. This history of his life is indeed wonderfully extraordinary, highly entertaining, and full of improvement. The first 30 years of his life were unhappily consumed in more than useless follies, in vices that had well nigh brought him to a shameful exit, but ended only in the loss of his liberty, which he very unexpectedly, and no less wonderfully, regained. If his living the last 40 years of his life in this place may be called a state of liberty. But his residence here proved the happy means of his conversion, of which with great modesty and ingenuousness he gives an ample account. The manner of his living here was attended with a greater variety of events than could have been expected from such a solitary situation. His occasional reflections are sensible and pious, useful and pertinent. This cell, as I called it, that I now inhabited, I found out to be but one of many others. The ruins, as he rationally conjectured, of some ancient palace, or rather temple, which he supposed anciently belonged to a very large statue, or image, at a considerable distance from the place of my habitation, and to which the ruins approached, and in part surrounded. This he imagined to have been an ancient idol sacred to the sun, which the Indians adored. For, says he, once a year vast numbers of them come over from the continent in canoes, on the opposite side of the island, and having spent almost the whole day in a kind of devotion to this idol, they then go back again, and never revisit it till the annual return of the same day. The knowledge of which he having learned, he took much effectual care to conceal himself, that he never was discovered, as I afterwards was certainly satisfied. The latter part of his life was uniformly the same to the time that he wrote the memorandum already mentioned, which says that he was retired from the cell he usually inhabited to die in some other. I had not patience to go through the whole history till I had seen this extraordinary idol. For this purpose I got up early the next morning, put some roots in my pocket, and a shell to drink out of, that I might have the whole day at my command. I could not, indeed, but have observed before that there were many other stone rooms besides that which I inhabited, but had never as yet gone into any other excepting 2, in one of which I laid up the branches of yellow fruit I gathered for the goats, and the other in which I kept my dried goat's flesh, and some dried fish. Upon searching, I found some uninhabitable, others in as good condition as that I dwelt in, some well lighted with holes on the sides, others dark. But being curious to see if I could discover why this distinction was made, not being far from my cell, I fetched one of my lighted lamps. The first room I entered, I found surrounded with mummies, like those I have read of in the histories of Egypt, and one of which I once saw in England. At first I started, but instantly recollecting that I had no cause to fear, I examined them with great attention. They were all placed upright, as close as they could be round the cell, without touching one another. Observing Indian characters upon each of them finely painted, besides various drawings of birds, beasts, insects, and other things, I examined them more nicely. As I understood the Indian languages perfectly, I soon learned that these had been priests of the sun. Each mummy had on it the name of the priest, his age, and the time of his death, by which I found that most of them had been there at least 1,000 years. Leaving this, I went into another, and another, till I had visited a dozen, all filled in the same manner, with the same order of men, all uninjured by time. Some other rooms, which were much more spacious, were filled with stone coffins, with just room to pass between, and against the walls they were placed, at a little distance between each, to the height of 4 coffins. These I supposed had not been embalmed, for as though they were all uncovered, I could see no remains of their bodies but the ashes. But the head of each lay a kind of coronet. I took up several of them, and imagined they were made of gold, as I afterwards found they were. I suppose from the make of them they had been worn upon their heads. I should have observed that when I was viewing the mummies, I found golden coronets placed upon each of their heads, but of a larger and different make, which showed that they had never been worn, but made on purpose, as I conjectured, for the use to which they were applied. I was very desirous to know who those had been whose ashes only remained, and at last discovered an inscription on the headstone of each coffin, from which I learned that they had been virgins of the sun, consecrated to the service of the temple. Of these virgins I found in different rooms many hundreds and several hundreds of the priests. As I continued my search, I found other rooms, but all at a little distance from one another, some not at all injured by time, others a little, and some a great deal. At last I came to a group of, I believe, about 500, of a different form from the rest, and much less. Each of these contained only one mummy, which, upon inspection, I found were the mummies of the high priests of the sun. These had also a crown of gold on their heads, and suspended on their breasts a golden figure of the sun, rudely carved in gold. What a collection of mummies and of golden treasure! But what is this? Cried I. I had too much gold before to be happy. This reflection gave birth to a sigh, but I soon suppressed its progress, and as I found the day was too far gone to pursue my journey to the idol, I returned ruminating on what I had seen, towards my solitary cell, for such I must still call it, though I might truly say to my apartment in the palace. I should have mentioned that in each of the dormitories I found a lamp of gold suspended from the roof. One of these was still burning. This confirmed what I had read of the perpetual lamps of the ancients. I had indulged myself so long in my rambles among these dormitories that it was dark before I reached my cell. But what was my astonishment when, pushing the door open, I saw in my cell a light. This, at the same instant, discovered to my sight a venerable old man with a long beard, kneeling as at his prayers. I concluded that it must be the ghost of the old hermit. This was too much, and I sunk down in a swoon. My fall, I suppose, alarmed the hermit, for when I came to myself, I found him sitting beside me, supporting me in his arms, being too weak to lift me up. As soon as he saw me revive, "My daughter," said he, "be comforted. You are safe. Whatever misfortune may have brought you here, what protection and help a poor, feeble old man can give, you may depend on." Being a little more composed, I got up and accompanied the old man into the cell, though not as yet thoroughly satisfied whether I conversed with the dead or the living. In the meantime, he brought the shell that still had some wine in it to me. I drank a little of it and found myself quite recovered when we entered into discourse. He then drank some himself. "Holy Father," said I thought you had been dead some weeks ago. Are you really living, or do I converse with a spirit?" "My daughter," returned the hermit, "I am really a living body, though too weak and faint to live much longer. But how comes it that you speak to me in a manner as if you knew me? I was surprised to see you here, but more so to hear you talk in this manner. And did not your late swooning convince me that you are immortal like myself? I should think that I, in my turn, was also discoursing with a spirit." This gave me occasion to acquaint him with the cause of my coming on the island, and what had passed since, to the time of our meeting. "Have I then," cried he, "been so happy as to have my misfortunes prove the means of affording assistance to an innocent and unhappy sufferer? Thanks be to God, I wrote," continued he, "the memorandum of my supposed approaching death that you have read, and thinking my end to be very near, walked out with a design to go on to one of the dormitories belonging, as I find by your information, to the Virgins of the Sun, in order to clear one of them of the ashes it contained, and lay myself down in it, and there to await my approaching dissolution, which I thought could not then be far off. As I was going thither, a kind of delirium seized my brain, and I wandered up and down, unknowing where I went. Though I had intervals of sense, they never continued long enough for me either to find my way back to my cell or to a dormitory. The only advantage I reaped from them was when I found myself hungry or dry, to gather fruits to eat and to seek for water. I suppose in my rambles I got to the more remote part of the island. Once indeed I imagined I was very near my cell, and that I thought I saw the figure of a woman standing at the door, upon which I hallooed as loud as I could, but it vanished like lightning from my sight. Having today the enjoyment of my senses, I, at the close of it, found my way to my cell. There was just light enough to guide me to one of my lamps, which I lighted, and was kneeled down to say my prayers, when the noise of your fall made me turn round in a start, and I beheld you lying on the ground. This augmented my surprise, and it was some moments before I could recover myself, so as to be able to move to your assistance. End of chapter 7. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Hermit Dies, the Idol of the Sun described, discovers a subterranean cell that leads to the inside of the idol, a terrible tempest. Finding the hermit stopped his discourse, I told him I believed that he really saw me, for that about a month ago, as already related in the foregoing part of my life, the day I was put upon the island, I stood at the door of his cell, fearful to enter. I then imagined that I heard a human voice calling to me. The fright drove me into the cell. From that time to this, I could never account for it, but concluded afterwards that the noise existed only in my fearful imagination. During our conversation, we refreshed ourselves with some goat's flesh and roots, and now the night being far spent, I persuaded the hermit, after much entreaty, to repose himself on the stone couch whilst I sat in the chair. The sun was far advanced the next morning, when I found the hermit still reclined on the couch. I thought he might still be sleeping, and went softly out to get some goat's milk for our breakfast, and after my return waited some hours for his awaking, but as he did not stir, I began to suspect he might be dead. At last I persuaded myself to go nearer, and now perceived he was really so. I was sorry so soon to have lost his society, from which I promised myself much solace. As it was impossible for me to remove him, had I been ever so desirous, I immediately set myself to convey everything out of the room into another, which I found equally convenient, only I had the trouble to gather moss and leaves to lay upon the couch. When I quitted the room entirely, I pulled the door after me, and with loose stones, of which there were plenty, so closed it up that no creature could enter. The day was now too far spent to renew the searches of the day before, which I therefore deferred till the next day, when I awoke early, and having provided for my sustenance as before, once more visited 3 solitary ruins. Meeting nothing new, I endeavored to find my way to the idol, which was not very difficult, as the ruins of the buildings continued quite from my first cell to the idol. As I approached nearer to it, I found the form of the building to vary much from what I had before seen. The rooms or cells here were much larger than the dormitories, and where I supposed the apartments, some of which were still entire, which the priests inhabited. By all that I could see, I concluded that this palace had never been raised higher than 1 story, which might be the reason that it covered so great an extent of the ground. Now, at the distance of about a mile from the place of my abode, as near as I could calculate, I came near to the idol, and here I suppose the temple began, for I found no more apartments, but the remains of a wall, which had anciently, no doubt, surrounded the idol, and left a large area in the middle. In the center stood this idol. Round it was an ascent of 20 stone steps. The image itself of gold greatly exceeded human size. It resembled a man clad in a long robe or vest, which reached quite down to the pedestal stone or foundation on which it stood, and lay in folds upon it. This image was girt about the waist as with a girdle, and on each breast gathered to a point, fastened as it were with a button, the neck and bosom quite bare, like the manner of women. On the head was a curiously wrought crown, and between the 2 breasts an image of the sun carved in gold, as was all the rest of it. The right hand supported the figure of a new moon, and the left held a cluster of stars. On the back part of the idol was written in large Indian characters to this purpose, "The Oracle of the Sun." I ascended the steps and threw a stone at the image and found it was hollow. Having now pretty well satisfied my curiosity, I began my walk home again. In my way thither, as I kept a straight way as nearly as the buildings would admit, I struck my foot against something and fell down. I got no hurt. As soon as I was up again, I turned round to see at what I had stumbled, and found it to be a large iron bar. Upon removing the earth that covered part of it, I discovered a kind of trap door of the same metal of which this was a part, and 2 strong bolts. I endeavored, with stones, to force the bolts open, but did not effect it without great labor, and then, with equal difficulty, pulled the door up, on the inside of which were 2 other bolts to fasten it with inside. A stone staircase presented itself. I went down a few steps, but as they led me under the earth, I found it too dark to proceed without a light. But my curiosity was so much excited that I determined to go home and fetch a light to explore this subterraneous cavity. For this purpose, I brought 3 shell lamps and my tinder box. As soon as I was got to the bottom of the stairs, and had lost all sight of the light above, I sat down one of my lighted lamps. At a further distance, I sat down another in the same manner, and with a third, and my tinder box, in case the light should go out, then proceeded. I made use of these 3 lights to render the passage less terrifying, and that I might be in less danger of being left in total darkness. I found this passage very narrow, capable of admitting only 1 person to walk abreast, but high enough to admit a person of more than the highest stature. Almost all the way on each side there were a kind of niches or holes. Upon examining them, I found they contained a variety of things, all of gold, of which I knew not the use, besides a great number of rings, bracelets, lamps, and crowns. An immense treasure. A little further I discovered a kind of room, pretty spacious. In this hung up a great many, as I supposed, sacred vestments. These were formed of gold wire, or rather of narrow plated gold, curiously folded, or twisted together like network. I was surprised to find how little they were tarnished, but the place in which they hung was very dry and had very little air. Among these vestments were some of more extraordinary workmanship and richness. The largest was, as it were, sprinkled over with precious stones, and here and there a large diamond. It appeared to be in the same fashion with which the statue of the sun was clothed. By this hung a kind of close vest or cassock of the same make, designed, I suppose, to be worn under the other, with diamond buttons to fasten it. Near this was a crown of most exquisite make, richly beset with precious stones of various sizes and colors, one on the top particularly large, which emitted from all parts of it a light greater than that of my lamp. In the same room was a golden staff or rod with a small image of the sun on top of it. I supposed these last two vestments might have belonged to the high priest, and the staff likewise. In looking over the gold rings, I found one which was set round with precious stones, with a very large one in the middle, which shone with a luster equal to that on the top of the crown, as I suppose the high priests wore. This I put on one of my fingers, and two of the richest bracelets, beset with precious stones, on each of my arms. Having sufficiently satisfied my curiosity with looking at treasures that could yield me no real service, I walked on a little further, and found another flight of stairs. These I ascended, wondering whether they should lead me. They were very narrow and steep, which I soon found led me up into the image of the sun. At last I got quite into the body of it, and my head within the head of it. There were holes through the mouth, eyes, nose, and ears of it, so that I could distinctly see all over the island before me, of which the height I was at gave me a great command. I indeed thought I could even behold the sea. My astonishment was so great at what I had seen that I exclaimed aloud, "What wonders are here!" As I spoke these words pretty loud, I had scarcely uttered them before I was almost stunned with the sound of my own voice. This image, particularly the head of it, it seems, was so wonderfully constructed as to increase the sound of even a low voice to such a degree as to exceed that of the loudest speaker. For afterwards, saying, in as low a voice as I could, "What a knowledge of mechanics must the ancients have had!" I might, I dare say, have been heard as far as the human voice is commonly heard intelligibly. Nothing, therefore, could be more natural for me to conclude than that this image was anciently used to give out oracles. I tried to sing a hymn in my usual pitch of voice, but the sound was too much for my ears to bear, and I was obliged to lower my key. I now thought it time to descend and go home, lest the night should come on me. The extraordinary things that I had seen afforded me a variety of agreeable reflections in my way home, and took off the horror of the gloominess that the approaching evening shed around me. Nor did the thought of walking among the remains of the dead give me the least terror. Having reached my cell and prepared to take my rest, I was alarmed with a loud clap of thunder. I cannot say terrified, for I naturally love to hear it thunder. There is something awful and great in it that always composes my mind, raises it above the things of sense, and fills my mind with noble and exalted ideas of God, whose presence, I think, as it were, bespeaks. I bow and reverence, for though sensible that both it and lightning are the effects of natural causes, yet I consider them as under the direction of God, and doubt not that they are sometimes directed to answer some particular ends of providence. Storms of this kind, that sometimes happen in Europe, are by no means to be compared to those in these parts, and of the latter sort was that which I am now mentioning. The claps of thunder were prodigious, loud, and long. the lightning almost without intermission. I was fearful that the stone room I sat in might be thrown down, and therefore went out. But what did I behold? Imagination can scarcely conceive such a total darkness as then covered the earth, as if every particle of light had been annihilated, and primitive chaos had once more resumed its reign, when in an instant the thunder roared, as if the whole earth had been bursting into atoms, whilst the lightning showed the air one entire body of liquid fire, and so illumined the earth, that I knew not which was brighter, that or the air. It was too much to bear. I again sought my cell, and there trembling waited the dissolution of all things, as I indeed then expected. I suppose this dreadful hurricane might continue 2 hours, when it gradually expired, or rather seemed to retire elsewhere in more low and distant sounds, and all was calm as though it had always been so. I soon became composed myself, and once more retired to rest. But what a new scene presented itself the next morning, when I came out of my habitation to view the effects that the last night might have produced. My way was frequently obstructed by trees torn up with their roots, and scattered here and there, and the earth in many places covered with the bodies of dead birds, goats, etc., and the carcasses of other small animals, whose names I knew not. But when I approached the seashore, the objects were changed, but to such as still showed how dreadful the storm had been. The foam, which the agitated sea had thrown on the shore, lay in great quantities, intermixed with a prodigious number of dead fish, some of an enormous size. Many of the rocks were rent in pieces, and their broken fragments made a horrid appearance. What a subject of speculation here for a philosopher! I now turned my steps back to the more inland parts, where I beheld the same havoc made among the trees, beasts, and birds, but no hurt done to the remains of the palace, which I supposed owed its security from the general desolation to the lowness of it. But I must confess I trembled for the statue of the sun, though I knew not why, for what was it to me whether it stood or fell? As soon as I came near enough, I saw it was safe, and was far from being displeased that it was so. I now returned home, and having thoroughly gratified my curiosity in searching among the ancient ruins and exploring the contents of them, I spent my time in my little domestic concerns, my devotions, and reading the few books that I found in my chest. End of Chapter 8. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Terrified at the annual visitation of the Indians, she intends to conceal herself in the subterranean passage, resolves to convert the Indians, takes her station in the body of the idol. The time now drew pretty near when the Indians were to come to pay their annual visit to the idol of the sun. This reflection put me upon thinking how I should secret myself during that day. I was indeed informed by the hermit's manuscript that he contented himself with staying within his cell, and 40 years had found that precaution sufficient for his concealment. But still, I was afraid to follow his example. Perhaps my being a woman made me more timorous. That, thought I, which has never happened may possibly arrive, and if prudence teaches us always to avail ourselves of the best means in our power, I ought rather to secret myself in the subterraneous passage, a place in which I shall certainly be less liable to be found, and certainly unused by the hermit, only because unknown to him, for I found no mention of it, and most undoubtedly he would not have passed over, in silence, such an extraordinary discovery. The circumstance of the 2 bolts within side of the iron door, which opened into the passage, confirmed my opinion in the fitness of this asylum, as by their means I could fasten myself in. I had no sooner made my fixed determination to retire to this place, but a very strange thought arose in my mind. It was nothing less than this: to ascend into the hollow idol, speak to the Indians from thence, and endeavor to convert them from their idolatry. A bold attempt, not rashly to be undertaken. I weighed this for several days in my mind. As the manner of my education had afforded me an opportunity of learning several of the Indian dialects, so as to speak them with the utmost ease, I thought it very probable they might speak some one of them, and the construction of the image, as before observed, was such that if they came within any tolerable distance of it, I should discover whether I understood them or not. If the latter, it would remain only for me to be silent, but if I should understand their language, I thought the extraordinariness of the event, my speaking to them, would appear miraculous, fill them with awe, and prejudice their minds greatly in favor of what I should say to them. I further strengthened my resolution with this reflection, that an attempt to teach the knowledge of the true God to those who know him not was laudable, and might not want a providential sanction. As to the human means, I knew I was tolerably well principled in the theory of religion by my uncle's great care, as already mentioned. With respect to the Indians, I very well knew that they are generally of a docile disposition, and that if you once convince them that your intentions towards them are friendly, no people are more grateful, nor are there any in whom you can, safely, place a greater confidence. Again, I considered that if I should hereafter judge it prudent to discover myself to them, and to go and live among them, that my tawny complexion would be some recommendation. Supposing all this should take place, I thought that though it might not open a way to my return to Europe, yet it might to my living a much happier life, and give me an opportunity of doing abundantly more good than I had the least reason to think I should ever effect during the whole course of my life. The more I considered the affair, the more resolute I became to undertake it. However, I was determined to give it a very deliberate consideration. Nay, I even made it the subject of my prayers, that if I might become an instrument to promote the knowledge and glory of God, and the salvation and happiness of any of his creatures, I might have his blessing on my endeavors. Surely this was not superstition in one who believes in a particular providence, and of this persuasion shall no man rob me. Certainly he who would divide the belief of a particular providence from religion destroys that which he should retain. He takes from man that hope which only can support him under the vicissitudes and cares of this life. Let a man be thoroughly persuaded that he is not the subject of divine care. What can support him in the hour of affliction? What can prevent him from seeking relief from the pistol or the dagger? But leaving these reflections to those who are so happy as to think, I return to my history. I reflected that as there were several holes or openings in the image, I might possibly be seen through them by the Indians, before I might have leisure to judge whether I should address myself to them or not, which might be attended with unforeseen consequences to my great disadvantage. To come to a certainty as to this material point, I proceeded in this manner. I took one of my gowns and carried it into the statue, and with other things so stuffed it out as to make it fast within the idol, and to cover all the holes. I then went out upon the island and carefully surveyed the statue round, and found, to my great satisfaction, that the several perforations grew narrower as they approached the interior part of the statue, and were so deep that they cast a shadow within themselves, so that upon the nearest approach it was impossible to see into it, Without there had been a light withinside. However, at least, I could not distinguish my gown, and the statue was too high for any person to bring his eyes, or even his hands, near to the openings. But for fear this deception might be owing to the gowns covering the holes more closely than the body could, I took it away, and once more went out to make a second observation, and had still the pleasure to find it was impossible to see into the statue at all. Though this danger was entirely removed, there still remained another. I had discovered, as the reader may remember, that such was the wonderful mechanism of this statue, that the least sound became very audible. The noise I might make then at getting into it might instantly discover me, for it was reasonable to suppose that the visitants could come as near to their idol as they could, no doubt ascend the very steps leading up to it, and being thus near, must needs hear the least noise. Alarming as this consideration was, it soon subsided, for to avoid the possibility of this event, I determined to place myself in it before their arrival, and to sit perfectly still till their departure. If I should see occasion, or till I spoke, if I should find it proper to do so. The image was very well contrived to favor my purpose. There was in it a convenient seat and sure footing for my feet, and which also luckily suited my stature, so that when I sat, my face was directly upon a level with the holes, by which means I could, without changing my posture, see everything that was to be seen through them. Looking in my almanac, I found that the night preceding the Thursday on which the Indians were to come was the time of full moon, and that therefore they very probably would take the advantage of it to set out in the night, to be on the island early in the morning. Nor was my conjecture wrong, as the event proved. I thought, therefore, it would be prudent in me to take up my residence early in the evening. There were now but 3 days to come before their arrival, during which I changed my mind, perhaps, as many times as there are hours in that space. This moment I imagined hundreds of Indians prostrate before me with reverence and attention, whilst, like a lawgiver, I uttered precepts, and, like an orator, inculcated them with a voice magnified almost to the loudness of thunder. At another time my soul shrunk within me at the imagined noise of their dreadful yell, whilst my imagination painted me an enraged multitude tearing down in their fury branches of trees with which to surround the statue and to burn me in it. As one or other of these thoughts prevailed, I resolved for or against the undertaking. At last, with more than female resolution, I determined on the attempt, and from that moment fortified my mind and checked every rising fear. This was on the morning of the preceding day of their coming. Out of the few clothes which I had, I chose those which I thought would make the least rustling, and were the least bulky. I thought one shell lamp would be sufficient, and that I would put that out when I came to the foot of the statue, as I should take my tinder box with me. As I intended to get into the statue at night, and knew not how many hours I might be obliged to continue there the next day, I put a few roots in my pocket, and as I had nothing but shells to take any water in with me, and was afraid I might drop them and make a noise, I contented myself with some ripe limes and other moist fruits, of which there was plenty on the island. When the evening came on, having first performed some particular devotions on this occasion, I set out, and as soon as I had got low enough down the stairs, I fastened the 2 bolts of the door after me. I should have observed that before I set out, I concealed everything I had up and down in holes, which I covered up close with stones, so as nothing could be perceived, that in case any of the Indians should chance to wander into my apartments, they should discover nothing that might prompt them to suppose that any human creature inhabited them. When I came to the foot of the statue, I pulled off my shoes and left them there, that I might not make any noise with them in changing my posture as I sat. Though my situation was dark within, yet as the moon shone very bright, I had a very agreeable prospect of the island. My mind was too busy to suffer me to sleep. The expectation of the events of the coming day engrossed all my thoughts. I hoped, I feared, I trembled, I prayed. For a moment I resolved to descend and give up the enterprise. Again, much courage revived, and I was a heroine. The consciousness of the purity of my intention and the goodness of my design prevailed over every other thought, and I became calm and determined. Whilst I thus sat, waiting for the arrival of the Indians, and observing the signs of approaching day, a sudden clap of thunder broke just over my head. The introduction to a more violent hurricane than that which I had lately seen. This was accompanied with an earthquake that shook the whole island, and I expected every moment that I should be swallowed up, or, at the best, that the statue would be overturned with myself in it. I now trembled indeed, and all my courage failed. The storm still continuing, I at last made shift to descend the stairs, and being arrived in the passage, I sat down on the ground, unable to go far into it. It was darkness all around me, and I could not find my lamp and tinderbox. The earthquake still continued, as I perceived by the motion of the ground beneath me. I thought it could not be long before I should be buried alive in the earth, and therefore, as well as my disturbed spirits would permit, recommended myself into the hands of God. End of chapter 9. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Finds herself unable to get out of the idol. After despairing of extricating herself, forces open the passage, and perceives the earthquake has destroyed her habitation. In this melancholy situation did I continue for some hours, when I supposed the earthquake was over, for I no longer felt the motion of it. But the thunder still continued, yet with less violence, and the claps were not so frequent. I got up and once more ascended into the image, saw no appearance of the Indians, and supposed that they would not be able to come at all at the time. Whilst I sat here, I perceived the earth to shake again, and I once more descended into the passage, determined at all events to get out of it, and, if possible, once more to gain my cell, for which I shuddered at the thoughts of being buried alive where I was, which I had but too much reason to fear. I even got over the fear of the Indians coming and discovering me, with the hopes that my complexion and the advantage of speaking their language, which I little feared but I should understand, would recommend me to their favor. And with respect to the storm, I might possibly escape without any hurt, and at the worst, I thought it would be better to die by a blast of lightning, or by the stroke of thunder, than to be buried alive in the earth, and very likely be several days in dying. I should have been glad to have found my lamp, but as I could not, I groped my way as well as I could to the stairs, which led up to the trap door, which, having reached, I endeavored to unbolt. But as the bolts were large and very rusty, they gave me a great deal of trouble and much pain, forced the skin off my hands, and made them very sore and bloody. At last they both gave back, when I pushed the door upwards. But what was my terror at finding it would not give way? I was persuaded that I had unbolted it, and therefore concluded, in my mind, that the earthquake had overturned some of the earth above and covered it over. It is impossible to describe the agony of my mind. I concluded myself lost, that I was entombed alive, and that I should miserably perish with hunger and thirst. Fear added strength, and I again and again made the utmost efforts to raise the door up, but in vain. I did but increase my pain and exhaust my strength, till I was unable to make a further trial. How dreadful my situation! No other prospect before me but that of a certain lingering death. I sat a long time on the stairs in the most melancholy condition. I endeavored to pray, but could not. At last I did, when, a little more composed, I got up to look at that light, which I never expected to enjoy again with an open freedom. I was satisfied, as I crept along, that the earthquake was over. When I was got into the statue, I found that the thunder and lightning still continued. What would I not have given in that moment to have been exposed to its utmost violence? I most ardently wished for the coming of the Indians, who happily might prove the instruments of my deliverance. But this was rather the wish of despair than a probable event. For how should they know where to find the door, supposing them present and disposed to seek it? Tired with sitting here, or rather with my own tormenting thoughts, I once more, I knew not why, descended into the passage. But what comfort was I to find there? As I got to the bottom of the stairs, my foot struck against something, which, upon feeling, I found to be my tinder box, and by it my lamp. A secret joy spread through my heart. This I instantly checked with this reflection. What comfort, said I to myself, can light afford to such a wretch as I am, doomed to perish in this place? I now upbraided myself with my own folly. Why did I undertake this rash, hazardous enterprise? Could the poor hermit content himself 40 years in his lonely cell? And was I so soon weary of it? All the favors of Providence are now lost upon me. I might have lived with some degree of comfort, but now must perish miserably. I have by my rashness sinned against the mercy of heaven, and now must die without it. Thus did I indulge the severest reflections on my own conduct. At last I thought I would once more look at my prison door, but with no hopes of escape. For this purpose I struck fire and lighted my lamp, and having reached the door, I carefully examined the bolts, which I thought I discovered to be not quite drawn back. This gave me a little hope. I tried one of them with much pain, for my hands were very sore, and at last it gave back a little. Now my hopes were quite revived, and gave me fresh strength to attempt the other, and was again successful, and so happy as to raise the door up. Thus had my mistake procured all this uneasiness to me, and how many of our miseries do often flow from our mistakes. I now once more beheld the open air in freedom, if such can be said of one who was confined in a small island bounded by the sea. I thanked God for my deliverance, and as the day was declining, I intended to make haste to my cell, but found fresh ruins to interrupt my way. Those remains of the palace which I left standing the day before were now thrown down. Not one had escaped the violence of the earthquake, not even excepting the cell I inhabited. I had reason, indeed, to be very thankful for my confinement in the subterraneous passage, to which, in all probability, I owed my not having perished in my cell. But one misfortune I still sustained, the want of an apartment above ground. The thoughts of living underground were very disagreeable, but no better habitation remained for me. It was well for me that I had the precaution to remove my few effects out of my cell, which by the fall of it might have been destroyed, but which I found safe where I had deposited them. I took some provisions and some more lamps and fat, in order to render my dark abode as light as I could, and with a heavy heart returned back to the place I had left but a little while before, not thinking I should ever have made it the voluntary place of my residence, if indeed I may say voluntary, for it was a necessity, not a free choice, that led me thither. Having entered by the door and fastened it, I lighted 5 other lamps. With that I carried in my hand, ready lighted, but these were not sufficient to take off the gloominess of the place. I had no better lodging than the bare ground, for it was too late to furnish myself with leaves. A melancholy situation, this, and scarcely was I able to bear it, but I summoned everything that could give me comfort or inspire me with fortitude. Among other things, I considered that it was in every respect better than being on the ground above, exposed to the air and other accidents, that here, at least, was a safe retreat, that my distress was neither owing to my own sin or folly, and that, above all, no place is excluded from the presence of God, that his providential eye was still watching over me, and that I was under his protection. Having taken another refreshment, which I greatly needed, and said my prayers, I laid me down in one of the apartments here already mentioned, with all my lamps burning, and, being tolerably composed in my mind, and very weary and heavy, having had no rest the night before, I fell fast asleep. End of chapter 10. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Indians land and approach the idol. The high priest interrogates the statue, from which she makes responses, and instructs them in the principles of the Christian religion. As soon as I awoke, I got up, and finding one of my lamps yet burning, I took one of them, walked to the stairs that led up to the statue, which I ascended, and found the sun had been risen for some time, and that it was a very fine, calm morning. I had not been here long before I heard a prodigious noise of voices, when, looking forwards, I discovered a great number of Indians approaching, at some distance. The noise and sight of them startled me at first, but recovering from the surprise, my former intention of speaking to them revived, and I was the more confirmed in my resolution to do so from a consideration of the almost impossibility of living long underground. Therefore, first commending myself to God and my intention, I waited for a favorable opportunity, in the meantime sitting as still as possible. There was a great number of them, men, women, and children, who, as they drew nearer, formed themselves, as it were, into ranks, the oldest men first, then the younger, after these the eldest women, and the youngest, lastly the children, no infants, boys and girls, the last of which brought up the rear. But I should have observed that the whole body of them was preceded by 6 old men, their priests, with a very old man at their head, so feeble with age that he was supported by 2 others. As soon as they had formed themselves in this manner, they came on very slowly, and with a profound silence. This slow march greatly favored me, and gave me time to be thoroughly composed and fortified. I supposed their reasons were partly reverence, and partly to favor their ancient feeble high priest, for such he was to the sun. Each of the priests had a small golden image suspended at his breast, and a golden coronet. The high priest the same, only that his coronet was much larger. He had besides a long staff in his right hand, with an image of the sun upon the top of it, also of gold. Having approached within a few yards of the statue, they all stopped, when the high priest and the 6 others, with the whole assembly, very devoutly prostrated themselves to the earth 3 times. All of them continued prostrate on the ground, except the 6 priests, who each kneeled on both his knees, whilst the high priest kneeled only upon one. The high priest then begun to sing a kind of hymn in praise of the sun as God, joined soon after by the priests, and lastly, as in a chorus, by the whole assembly. The sound of their voices was so increased by the make of the statue that I was hardly able to bear it. I still kept silence, not thinking it as yet a proper time to interrupt them. When this part of their worship was over, they all stood, and the high priest made an address to the sun, in a very low, feeble voice, which yet I could hear very plainly, and to my great joy and encouragement, perfectly understood. The purport of it was to acknowledge him as the author of all things, the support of all, and the giver of all things, with praises naturally resulting from such acknowledgments. Then each of the priests, in his turn, offered up a kind of prayer for long life, health, success in hunting and fishing, etc. The address of the high priest was truly great and elevated, and a pleasing simplicity and a fervency of devotion ran through the prayers of the priests, which they delivered very distinctly and audibly. When the priests had finished their parts, the whole assembly, which had hitherto observed a profound silence, except in the chorus, began theirs. A confused, disharmonious noise ensued, for each had a petition to offer up, whilst, like the priests of Baal, they cried as loud as they could, as if their God was a great way off, or deaf, and could not hear them. In these supplications even the children bore a part. And now the high priest begun again, but in a different manner than before, who stood, as did the rest, and very pathetically lamented the long silence of the oracle, and, in a kind of agony, entreated that answers might be again given to them. He ceased at times, when each of the other priests, in his turn, continued the same complaint and the same entreaties. Every time that one of the priests stopped, the whole company made great lamentations, attended with the most dreadful yells. The 7 priests having finished this last part, a general and profound silence ensued. I now was preparing to speak, thinking I could not have a better opportunity, when the high priest gave me a much fairer occasion, for, raising his voice seemingly as loud as he could, he cried, or asked, in a kind of exultation, "Who is God but the Son?" To whom I immediately replied, in so very loud yet equally distant a voice, that it echoed back again from the end of the island, "He who made the sun." I must acknowledge I trembled when I had done, and was even sorry I had spoken, though truly and properly. Yet I rightly concluded that I must proceed. No sooner had I uttered these words, but the lay assembly leaped up from the ground, as if frantic with joy, and with loud shouts and strange gestures expressed the transports they felt, and then all fell prostrate, whilst the priests, with more decency and gravity, profoundly bowed their bodies 3 times to the very earth. And now the following dialogue commenced between the high priest and me, the people observing the whole time a solemn silence. "Who then is God?" "He who always was, is, and ever will be." "Where does he dwell?" "In heaven, though indeed he is present everywhere, for he filleth heaven and earth with his presence. He sees all things, knows all things, for he made all things, and supports all things by his power, which is boundless." "Can we see him?" "No, for no man can see God whilst he lives." "Shall we then see him after we are dead?" "Yes, all good men shall see him, and be happy with him, but every wicked man will be banished from his presence and be miserable." "Who is a good man?" "He who believes in God, who loves him and obeys him, and does by every man as he would be done by." "Who is a wicked man?" "He who does not believe in God, love and obey him, and he does not do by every one as he would be done by." Here, after a short silence, he continued his questions. "Are you God?" "No." "Are you the Son?" "No, for the Son can neither understand, nor see, nor hear as I do." "Who are you then?" Though I did not mean to impose myself upon them as God, and had declared I was not God, Yet I thought it necessary to check this question, judging it as yet too soon to declare myself, and therefore replied, "Do not ask, for I will not answer any questions but as I see proper." At this instant our dialogue was strangely stopped, and I was greatly surprised to see the whole assembly throw themselves upon the ground, tear and beat themselves, venting their grief in cries and unintelligible accents, the priests behaving as madly as they. Whilst I beheld this extraordinary change with a concern and surprise that prevented my speaking to them, they all ran away, except the high priest, who was too feeble, as fast as they could towards the seaside. For my own part, my ideas were so confused upon this occasion that I was incapable of thought. "What have I said," at last cried I, within myself, "that could thus terrify these people?" I paused, and as my custom is on all sudden and extraordinary events, endeavored to withdraw my attention from all outward things, and recollect my mind within me. And now happily I guessed the cause, as the event proved. I had told them I was neither the God I had described, nor the Son, whom they believed to be God, and yet refused to inform them who I was. Yet I must have appeared to them to be more than a mere mortal, and recollecting that it was an opinion common among the untaught Indians to believe that there are two beings, the one good and the other evil, answering to God and the devil with us Christians, therefore, from their sudden strange behavior, I concluded that they apprehended I must be the latter, the evil being whom they dreaded, and therefore fled. This determined the conduct I was to pursue. I therefore immediately called to the high priest, who lay on the ground, "Arise, and learn to be wise and happy." But observing that he continued motionless, and not knowing but he might be dead, I extended my voice to the highest pitch I could, depending on the mechanism of the statue, for its reaching to the ears of the affrighted multitude, and thus called after them, "Return! I am not the evil being whom ye dread. Return and provoke me not to destroy you before you can reach your own shore." I know not whether the casuists may justify this artifice from sin, but to me it appeared expedient, and was successfully adapted to their fears, for they immediately halted and began slowly to return back. At this instant, perceiving the high priest to move, I repracticed the same artifice on him. "Arise," said I, "and I will neither destroy you nor the people, but if you would procure my favor, encourage them to return and to attend to my instructions." He immediately rose, and turning to the people, beckoned to them to come forwards. This encouraged them to come again to their former station, when he said to them, "The oracle will not hurt you, but he will be heard." This was as I wished, but observing the signs of fear still strongly stamped upon them, I thus addressed them, "Fear not, I am not the evil being, and if you will hearken to me, he shall never hurt you." These words had the desired effect. They immediately appeared calm and pleased, bowing to the earth with profound reverence. After this, the high priest spoke to me with a trembling voice. "Will you protect us from the evil being, that he may not hurt us?" "God, who hath all power only, and who is good and gracious, will protect you, and will not suffer the evil being to hurt you." "But must we not pray to the evil being not to hurt us?" "No, you must pray to God only." "Must we not pray to the sun?" "No, for he was made by God to give you light and heat, and has no understanding." "Will he not be angry then and leave us in the dark?" "No, look at that tree on your right hand. You know it grows, bears leaves and fruit. Do you think it can see or hear or understand?" I don't know. Can it move from place to place as you do? I believe not. I told you before that God made all things. The sun is one of those things which he hath made by his great power, and hath fixed it in the air, but it cannot move from place to place, by any power that it hath in itself, as you can, but is moved as God pleases. It can neither see, hear, speak, nor think as you can, who therefore art a more excellent creature than the sun, and therefore must not worship him, for he was made for your use, any more than you should worship that tree, because it does you good by bearing fruit for you to eat. Nor must you worship any other creature you see for the same reason, because they are all made by God for your use, and he hath given them to you. Did God send you to teach us? He brought me here, and I will teach you. As it was now high noon, I thought they might want to refresh themselves, and therefore said, You may now eat and drink, and then I will speak to you again. The whole assembly then bowed themselves with great reverence 3 times to the ground, and then sat down to eat and drink. I was myself very glad to have a little time to consider how I should proceed on this extraordinary occasion. Whilst I took some refreshment myself, I reflected very deliberately upon this important business I had undertaken, and prayed to God that I might be the means of instructing them in the truth and bring them, happily, to the knowledge of Christianity. But as this affair required a very mature deliberation, I thought it would be best to dismiss them at this time and order some of them to come again the next week. As soon then as I found that they had finished their repast, I said to the high priest, I would have you now, all of you, return home, and you the priests, and as many of you as will, may come here again this day week, but not before, upon pain of my displeasure, and then I will instruct you further. Upon this they all set up a shout of joy, and having made their obeisances as before, returned back to the shore, in a reversed order from that they came in, for now the children walked first, the grown people next, and the priests last, carrying the high priest with them. End of chapter 11, end of volume 1. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Our heroine traverses the island. Description of an uncommon animal, with her thoughts thereon. I had matter enough to employ my thought during this interim, to reconsider what I had said, and what method I should pursue for the future with these people. Besides, I had some domestic cares upon my hands. I now set about preparing a better convenience for my rest by night, and busied myself the remainder of the day, as soon as I perceived the people were gone off the island, with gathering leaves and other things to make my bed, which at last I made pretty tolerable. The next day I removed all the things I had concealed into the subterraneous apartments, bestowing some in one and some in another. I found it necessary also to provide myself with more fat, that I might now want light, and indeed with some meat. For these purposes I was obliged to kill a couple of goats, a task always disagreeable to me. As my habitation was very gloomy and melancholy, I spent what leisure time I had in walking up and down the island. In these few days I saw more of it than I had in all the time I had been upon the island. I found it well watered, with little rivulets, and vast variety of trees, many of which bore different kinds of fruits. Those which I perceived had been pecked by birds I tasted, and found some of them very delicious. Among the various kinds of birds, I found one sort exceeding beautiful. It was about the size of a large parrot, its feathers delightfully variegated with the colors of the rainbow, those of its tail spreading like those of the peacock. but not near so large nor numerous. Of the 4-footed animals, I saw one of a most extraordinary kind. It was the size of a large dog, as to its body, but its legs, which were very long, were by no means proportioned to the bulk of this strange animal, being so slender as to bend under him, insomuch that it could move only with the utmost slowness. I wondered within myself how this creature could either defend or provide for itself. But observing it more closely, I took notice that its eyes were uncommonly large for an animal of that size, projecting far from the head, and so frightful as to excite fear in me, and I should have fled from it, only that I perceived it could not overtake me, had I walked ever so slow. The mouth of it was no less dreadful. It kept the lips of it almost constantly drawn asunder, which showed 2 horrid rows of sharp but short teeth. It was at this time laboring to get into a kind of pasture. I determined to watch its motions, thinking it might be seeking its prey, for I did not doubt but that the goodness and wisdom of Providence, which had thus wonderfully provided for its security, had doubtless taken no less care for its support. It was a long time in getting to the place it seemed designed to reach. As it walked, or rather limped along, several animals passed it, many much bigger than itself, who no sooner saw it than they ran away from it. As it walked, or rather limped along, several animals passed it, many much bigger than itself, who no sooner saw it than they ran from it, as if afraid of being destroyed by it. I took notice that as any of these approached him, he rolled his eyes, which increased their fierceness, at the same time showing his teeth. At length he got into the grass, and then laid himself down, extended as if dead. I came up behind him, for his looks were too terrifying to face him, and sitting down at some distance, was resolved to watch, that I might discover whether he chose this place merely for rest, or with some other view. He soon changed his posture a little, so that I could perceive that his eyes were shut and his lips closed. I therefore concluded that he was going to sleep. However, I still continued in my place. The hair on his body was thick and long, perhaps 5 or 6 inches. The extremities of every cluster of them formed a kind of bunch, or small tuft, as large as a hazelnut. Having sat about a quarter of an hour, I saw a great number of field mice come up to him, who presently began to nibble at these tufts. The animal continuing to lie still, but after a very considerable number of mice had thus employed themselves, he got up and shook himself violently, when, to my great astonishment, I found these mice, some way or other, so fastened and secured to these tufts that very few of them could disengage themselves. And now, his neck being very long, he turned his head and devoured them very greedily, one after another. I dare say that in a few minutes he ate near 300 of them, for his body was almost covered with them. My curiosity was amply gratified, if a human being may say so, of the sudden destruction of such a number of innocent animals. But the divine being has been pleased to permit animals to support themselves by devouring one another. I say permit, for I cannot think that it was the original design of the Almighty that animals should at all destroy one another. I suppose it rather to be one of the unhappy consequences of the general corruption of nature. I know it may be replied that some animals seem by their make to be designed to subsist on animal food only, and are accordingly provided with teeth and claws, unadapted for feeding on herbage or fruits, and with stomachs evidently made for digesting animal substances, whilst these parts in animals who eat no animal food are quite differently formed. I know and grant this, but yet my opinion is not by this concession destroyed. For it is highly reasonable to suppose that these kind of creatures were so formed to prey upon dead animals, that by their feeding upon them, they might remove what would otherwise be a hurtful nuisance, in more senses than one. However, it is not my intention here to display the naturalist. Otherwise, I think, though a woman, I should gain the laurel from an Aristotle or a Pliny, were they to oppose me on this subject. But to return to the event which gave rise to this digression, I should be very glad if I could inform the reader, and especially myself, by what means these mice were entangled by, or fastened to, the tufts of hair, so as not be enabled to disengage themselves, no, not even when the creature shook himself so violently, which one would naturally think was a circumstance in their favor. However, since I am upon this subject, which at least is pleasing to myself, and I think no ignoble contemplation for an ingenious mind, I will hazard my own conjecture upon the occasion. As we know, by the assistance of the microscope, that the hairs of animals are pervious, or hollow, and that they are pervaded by some kind of liquid matter for their growth and nourishment. Perhaps that with which the hairs of this animal are filled and nourished may be of a more extraordinary glutinous kind, and as the tufts formed by the extremities of these hairs are pretty big, a large quantity of this glutinous matter being lodged there, the nibbling of the mice breaking the hairs, this glutinous matter may so fasten the hairs to the inside of their mouths as to render it exceedingly difficult for them to disengage themselves, at least soon enough to prevent their being devoured. And I think the shaking of the animal must doubly contribute to their danger, because this motion prevents them from fixing their feet against his body, which would assist them in disengaging their mouths from the tufts. And being thus in a hanging state, their fear may make them bite the tufts the closer, upon the motion of the beast, and thereby render them a still easier victim, so that nature seems to have endowed him with this artifice the more effectually to secure his prey. End of Chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Indians return to the island. She continues her instructions and commands them to return weekly. Thus did I busy or amuse myself, and indeed I cannot imagine to myself any situation in which a thinking being, free from pain of body and great anxiety of mind, cannot divert itself. I can always find something, from without or within myself, for my amusement. Often have I been diverted with watching the flights of a fly or the excursions of a spider, till my mind has been so filled with the display of the infinite wisdom of the Creator in the formation of his works, as to elevate my mind to the most exalted adoration. Nor does darkness deprive me of my mental amusements. In this state, I can reflect on those things that I have seen, heard, or read of. The recollection of these sets my busy imagination at work, and I am pleased, nay, I am happy, and darkness has no horrors for me. How miserable must those be who complain for want of amusement! How wretched such a state! What? Want matter for thought? Can a thinking being, such as man is, say thus? Look round. Is not all nature about thee teeming with subjects well adapted for thy contemplation, happily prepared for thy entertainment? But whither will my thoughts carry me? My province is not that of a philosopher, but historian, and if my reader has traveled thus far with me, I doubt not but he is impatient to hear again of my late visitors, perhaps more so than I was. Nor do I wonder that events so extraordinary should attract his attention, and if ever they should be published in any country, I doubt not but they will soon be naturalized throughout Europe and in different languages, and in succeeding ages be the delight of the ingenious and inquisitive, and that some future bold adventurer's imagination, lighted up by my torch, will form a fictitious story of one of his own sex, the solitary inhabitant of a desolate island. Such imaginary scenes, like those of a play, may have a temporary effect, but not permanent, like the real ones of mine. At length the appointed morning came, against whose advent I took care to be ready, placed within the statue. Having waited a short time, I saw only the 7 priests advancing towards me. I wondered not to see them followed by any of their people, and thought it very odd. When they were come up pretty near, they stopped, and having made their accustomed obeisances, stood silent, I supposed, waiting till I spoke. After I had reflected a little on this occasion, I begun, "Why has none of the people attended you?" "It is our business to instruct the people, and if you will please teach us, we will inform them accordingly." "Why?" "Because we live by teaching them, and if you only should teach them, they will not give us those good things which they now do." "But I will not teach you only, I will teach them also. Nor need you fear losing your subsistence. I will take care it shall be continued. Hear me then, and if you fear me, observe my command. Let one of you go and fetch some of the people, and let the rest of the priests wait here till the others return." The peremptory manner in which I uttered these words seemed to affect them much. They made their usual obeisances, and then the high priest answered, that they were very ready to comply with my commands, but that it would rather take up too much time to go back to their countrymen and return again the same day, to make any convenient stay afterwards to hear my instructions, but that if I pleased, they would return home and attend me with some of the people in the morning. To this I agreed, and accordingly they immediately withdrew, having taken a respectful leave. As soon as they were gone, I descended into my subterraneous apartments, took some refreshments, and spent the remainder of the day in providing some necessaries and rambling about the island. The next morning, I took care early to place myself in the statue, nor had I waited very long before I perceived the priests coming forward, with a considerable number of the people with them. The usual ceremonies past, I began to discourse upon the nature and attributes of the deity, from what are usually called the principles of natural religion, though I believe, strictly speaking, all religion to be revealed. I stopped at every convenient pause, 2 or 3 minutes, that I might not weary their attention, and give them opportunity to reflect, as it were, step by step, upon what I said. As I was well acquainted with the manners of the Indians, I adapted my discourse to their own way of reasoning, and avoided all such terms and modes of speech as are intelligible only to Europeans. When I had discoursed near 3 hours in this manner, I desisted, desiring them to take some refreshment, with which I saw they had provided themselves, and that afterwards I would call to them, and then the priests, or any of the people, might ask what questions they should please concerning what I had delivered. I ordered them to retire to some distance from where they were. This I did that I might not be heard, as I intended to withdraw for a little time out of the statue to take some refreshment myself. As soon as I had taken my place as before, I called to my audience, who respectfully returned to their former station. I repeated the leave I had given them to ask any questions relative to my discourse. All the priests, in their turns, asked me several pertinent and sensible questions, to which I replied as well as I was able, and I believe to their satisfaction. But observing that the laity still kept silence, I endeavored to encourage them to propose their questions also, and was answered by some, "We know nothing. Our priests know all. Teach our priests, and they will teach us." From this I concluded that the priests had dealt in private with them, and had forbid their asking any questions, that they might preserve their superiority among them. I therefore addressed myself to them with some sharpness, reminding them of what I had told them before, that I would not teach them only, but that I would teach the people also. Upon this, the priests submissively bowed and declared their readiness to obey my commands. I then proceeded, as well as I could, further to explain what I had delivered in the forepart of the day, and concluded with telling them I should be ready to continue my instructions to them, for that I had much more to say, once a week, provided the priests would attend that day, week, and so on, with as many of the people as should choose to come. But as the high priest was very aged and infirm, he might come or not as he pleased. To this the high priest said he would conform. I then told them they might return home as soon as they pleased, and it was not long before they all quitted the island. End of chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Perplexed in what manner to act, she ascends the idol, addresses the Indians, and informs them that a person shall come to instruct them in the knowledge of the true God. I now once more found myself left to my little occupations and to my own thoughts. I soon and easily fulfilled the demands of the former, but not so those of the latter. I had engaged in an affair that required the utmost attention and not the smallest abilities. This latter reflection startled me. What an arduous attempt, thought I, and was abashed. Would I had never engaged, but how can I desist? This was as difficult to answer as how to go on. As I knew something of the manner of the Indians, I did not doubt of their docility, but I was very suspicious of the priests. I foresaw they would never easily suffer themselves to become useless to the people, and nothing less could be the consequence of my instructing them. And supposing this to be got over, how was I to proceed to continue teaching them from the statue, if I hoped to make any tolerable progress, as it would render their attendance more frequent than might be convenient to them? And in the wet season they could not come at all. And further, how could I, with any possible degree of comfort, continue to live underground even in the summer? And in the winter I should be entirely confined underground. This last thought affected me so much that I saw the absolute necessity of going to live among the Indians, whatever my success in teaching or reception might prove. I determined to trust in Providence for a discharge of the first, and no less to rely on its protection as to my personal security. Though I had thus determined the part I was to take, there yet remained a great difficulty: how to introduce myself among them. They might at present conceive of me as more than mortal, reverence me, and pay an implicit faith to all my teachings. But how would their opinion of me change when they should discover me a mere mortal, a destitute stranger, even, needing their support? What credentials had I to support the novel doctrines that I was to introduce? How was I to combat old opinions, handed down from father to son, received with reverence, and no doubt maintained with obstinacy? What advantage would not all these difficulties give the priests over me among an ignorant and deluded people? And what might not exasperated bigotry prompt them to? Nay, I knew not, but they might even think it necessary and right to destroy one who should dare to deny the deity of the sun and expose the absurdity of their religion. These were discouraging reflections, and the more I considered them, the more I was intimidated, and I heartily repented that I had ever spoken to them, and again was irresolute as to going among them. Thus I was distracted whether I determined to stay or go. To stay was attended with certain evils, to go, too probably, with very great ones. Miserable wretch, cried I, what shall I do? Tears succeeded, and I could think no more with any coherence. As soon as I was a little composed, I had recourse to my usual consolation, prayer, and now my mind was calm. I could view the difficulties before me without terror and distinguish between positive and real dangers. I concluded to trust Providence in adopting that course, which, upon the most mature consideration, should appear to have the fewest difficulties and the most advantages on its side. It was to go among the Indians, the manner thus, not to acquaint them in the least with my condition, that they might not conceive any prejudices against me on that count, and that by keeping them ignorant who I was, or how I came to them, I might preserve a superiority over them, sufficient to keep them in awe and to excite their obedience. Yet I determined to speak no untruth. Accordingly, when the day of their return arrived, and the priests and a great many of the people were present before the statue, I thus addressed them. Be attentive and hear. You are a people ignorant of the knowledge of the true and only God, who made heaven and earth and everything therein. You are also ignorant of that worship which God expects from his creatures, and of that happiness which he will bestow upon all those who worship him according to his holy will. This his holy will he hath revealed to many thousands of men and women like you, who live in other parts of the earth, and now you also may know his holy will and be happy. God hath been pleased to send into the world from time to time holy men and sometimes women to instruct mankind in the knowledge of him, and at last his Son to instruct them more fully. But forsomuch as mankind had by their great wickedness offended God, of whom you are a part, he would have punished them with a very grievous punishment. But his Son, who loved them, came down upon earth and was made a man, and offered himself up a sacrifice to his Father, that mankind might be forgiven, reconciled unto his Father, and be made good people, by believing and doing as he taught them. He was, whilst upon earth, attended by certain persons called his disciples, who wrote the history of his life. This history, with the writings of the holy men who lived before his coming into the world, and the writings of his disciples, designed to teach all men, you shall have for your instruction. With respect to teaching you the holy religion of the Son of God from this place, it will be too inconvenient to you to come here as often as necessary, and during the rainy seasons, every year, it will be impossible for you to come at all. Therefore, that you may not want that instruction, which is necessary to your happiness here, and after you are dead, you shall be taught in this manner. A person shall come to you, like yourselves, and that you may be the less fearful or suspicious, that person shall be a woman, who shall live among you as you do. She shall bring with her the holy writings I have been speaking of, and shall teach all of you, especially your priests, who shall instruct you after her departure, the knowledge of the true God and the way to be happy forever. You must be sure to show the greatest respect to her, do everything that she shall command you. Never ask who she is, from whence she comes, or when, or whether she will leave you. Never hinder her from coming to this island when she pleases, nor follow her hither without her leave. You must all believe, and do as she shall instruct you, and never presume to come to this island without her leave, or do anything that she forbids. But I do not want to force her among you. If you do not choose she should come, speak, and she shall not come, and I will be dumb forever. Let her come, let her come, let her come, and we will love and obey her. This was the cry of all, with a noise in my ears like that of thunder, whilst they showed every outward sign of joy. As soon as all were silent again, I once more addressed them. Hear me then. Let as many of you as please come here 3 days hence, 2 hours after the sun is risen, and you will see her sitting upon these steps, dressed like the high priest of the sun. Receive her with great respect, and conduct her to your country, and remember all I have said." I now was silent when the whole multitude shouted, "We will meet her! We will meet her!" This important business of the day being thus concluded, they all returned home, and left me not a little pleased at the happy expedient I had devised to procure myself a favorable retreat among the Indians, and a high probability of success in my future teachings. It now only remained to prepare for my departure. The day before the return of the Indians, I collected together all my clothes and the few books that I had, but had no chest to put them in, having broken that when I tumbled it down from the rock. I considered how to supply this want, and at last concluded to tie them up as well as I could with twigs, having no cords. Having first chosen such things as I intended to make my appearance in, I wrapped my bundle up in one of the priest's golden vestments and put in 2 others. The last evening I spent in particular prayers upon the ensuing occasion. End of chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Apparels herself in the richest manner and awaits the approach of the Indians. Acquaints them she was sent by the oracle, presents them with rings, and partakes of a repast. When the expected morning came, I awoke by daybreak, dressed myself in white, and, over all, put on the high priest's vestments that I had found upon my first searching of the subterraneous apartments. These were a kind of cassock, or vest, formed of gold wire, or rather of small, narrow, plaited gold, curiously folded or twisted together, like network, which buttoned close with diamonds. Over this I put on, formed of the same materials, and in the same manner, a gown, sprinkled all over with precious stones, and here and there a large diamond. On my head I placed a crown of most exquisite make, richly beset with precious stones of various sizes and colors, one on the top particularly large, which emitted from all parts of it a light greater than that of either of my lamps. In my right hand I held a golden staff, or rod, with a small image of the sun on top of it. On one of my fingers I wore the ring, and on each arm a rich bracelet, all which I found at the same time I discovered all these other things. I had made myself a kind of wicker basket, which I filled with a great number of gold rings, all from the same repository. When I first discovered all these treasures, I then little thought they would ever prove of any real use to me. Nor did I now thus adorn myself from pride, but I thought the extraordinary appearance that they would give me might procure me a more favorable reception. The rings I designed for presents. I should have mentioned that, besides the fine ring that I put on, when I first found the rings, I put one upon each of my fingers. When I left my subterraneous dwelling, I not only bolted the door, but covered it over with earth. Being come to the statue, I sat down on the biggest step in all my finery, the crown on my head, the staff in my right hand, and on my left stood my twig basket. At some distance lay my bundle, which, being wrapped up in one of the gold vestments, glittered as the sun shone very bright. Thus I sat, with my bow and arrows hung over my shoulders, waiting for the important interview, my mind not a little agitated between hope and fear. However, I very solemnly recommended myself and my undertaking to God, and then endeavored to fortify my mind so that on the approach of the Indians I might not discover the least symptom of fear, for I knew on this much depended. I had sat near an hour before they approached, but at last saw them advance in the same order as their first coming. At the first sight of them my heart leapt, and every limb trembled, and for a moment I wished myself within my subterraneous habitation. But as they advanced slowly, I had time enough to recover myself, and before they came near enough to distinguish my countenance, I believe it was sufficiently steady. As they came near, led by the high priest and the others, they bowed almost to the ground at every step. I still kept my seat, looking firmly at them. When they were come near enough to hold a conversation, they halted, and the priests and all the company, who were about 200 without any children, prostrated themselves on the ground. I then arose, and extending my golden rod towards them, said, "Arise." They did so. When, observing that they held a profound silence, I thus addressed them, with as much affability as I could, yet with an air of superiority. "I suppose you are come to invite me to reside in your country?" To this the high priest answered, "Yes," which was presently echoed throughout the whole multitude. I then desired the high priest to sit down at my right hand, which he did, not without some mannerly reluctance. I then placed the other priests on the steps a little lower on the right and left hand. Sitting with the priests in this manner, I again addressed them. "I suppose most of you were here 3 days ago, and heard or know what was then delivered from above," pointing up at the statue. "In consequence of what was then promised you, and to which you who were then present agreed, I am come to live among you, at least for some time, and to instruct you. Observe what was then enjoined you. You must obey my commands, observe my instructions, never ask who I am, from whence I come, or whether or when I will leave you. Though if at any time you should desire me to quit your country, you may tell me so, and I will leave you. And further, you are never to oppose my coming here, as I shall do from time to time, nor any of you presume to follow me hither. If you will faithfully observe these things, I will come and live with you, acquaint you with the holy books of God, instruct you in the knowledge of God, and in the ways of his religion, which will make you happy forever." Here I paused, when the high priest arose up with great reverence, and having bowed 3 times, almost to the ground, said, "Holy woman, we heard with great attention what the oracle said, and when we returned into our country, we called, the next day, all our countrymen together, and told them everything that the oracle had delivered. Our countrymen rejoiced to hear the good news, and all desire you will come and live with them. They will love you, obey all your commands, and will make you their queen. For our king is lately dead, and as he had no children, we have not as yet chosen a new king. Will you therefore go home with us and be our queen?" "I thank you for your kind offer, but I will not be your queen. Therefore you may choose whom you please. But as you desire it, I will come and live among you, and will be only your instructor." I had scarcely finished my answer before the whole company made the greatest acclamations of joy, crying out, "Come, come, come, and make us happy." I arose up, and after their manner made 3 respectful bows to them, which were returned with new acclamations of joy. As soon as all were silent again, I sat down, and taking out of my twig basket 2 of the best rings, I presented them to the high priest, and to each of the priests 2 others, near in goodness to those of the high priests. When, finding that I had sufficient number of rings, I desired the people to come to me one by one, and I presented each with a ring, which they all received with great expressions of joy. I soon found that they were confounded in their ideas about me, and conceived of me as one more than mortal, for the high priest, with great reverence, asked me if I ever ate and drank. I cheerfully replied, "Yes, and if you have brought any provisions, I will eat and drink with you." At this he seemed both pleased and surprised. He then called to some of the people, who came forwards, bringing a kind of wicker baskets. The contents of them were dried fish, goat flesh, and other animal food, various kinds of fruit, dried corn, and a liquor like wine. Before I began to eat, I stood up and said grace, at which they seemed much surprised. Then the priests and I took a comfortable repast together, whilst the people sat down and did the same, we all observing a profound silence during the whole time. When we had finished, I again surprised them with returning thanks according to the manner of Christians. The high priest, hearing me conclude with the name of Jesus Christ, asked me very submissively who he was. I answered the Son of God, of whom he had heard 3 days ago that he had offered himself up a sacrifice to his Father for mankind. Therefore, we ought to praise God in his name, and in his name to ask for whatever it is lawful for us to desire. But of this, added I shall speak to you more fully hereafter. End of chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. She embarks with the Indians for their country, expounds the scriptures to them, and translates the Bible and Common Prayer into the Indian language, visits her island. Whilst these things passed, I considered that as I was entering upon an affair of the utmost importance, it would be highly necessary to commence with prayer. I was indeed sensible that it would be, in a great measure, very unintelligible to the Indians, yet I could not be satisfied with the omission, and thought I might pray in such a manner as that they, at least, would understand that I was desiring God to do them good. I therefore stood up and told them I would pray to God to be good to them, and that they were all to kneel down, as I did. But that they might not think I prayed to the statue, I got up to the top of the steps, and there kneeled down, with my back to the statue and my face towards the people, and endeavored to level my language as well as I could to their understandings, whilst the whole multitude showed great attention. As I could sing very well, having learnt whilst I was in England, and had composed several hymns in the Indian language, as soon as I was done praying, I stood up and sung. It is not to be expressed how the whole multitude were affected, showing every decent expression of joy. I now told them I was ready to attend them to their own country. On this they set up a shout of gladness. I desired that somebody would carry my bundle. I then set out in company with all the priests, followed by the multitude, to the seaside, where I saw a great number of canoes. I entered into one of them, and immediately the whole company entered into theirs. During our little voyage, I could not help reflecting upon the bold undertaking in which I had engaged, nor was I without my fears. But in my heart recommending myself to Providence, I reassumed my courage and fortified my mind. When we approached the destined shore, it was covered with the natives, who, when I landed, respectively prostrated themselves to the earth. I, in return, bowed my body to them. I observed that they viewed my address with particular attention, whilst the priests conducted me to a little town full of small huts or cottages, into one of the best of which I was desired to enter. This, by the preparations that had been made, I supposed, was designed for my residence. Here I found 6 Indian maids appointed to attend me, who, on my entrance, kneeled before me till I ordered them to arise. These presented me with dried fish and flesh, fruits and flowers, and different liquors, as appeared from the look of them. For I took nothing but some fruit of a kind different from any I had seen upon my own island, for I was still on an island, though much larger. After I had been here some time with the priests, I expressed my desire to be left alone, and that I should be glad to see the priests the next morning. How greatly was my situation changed! From a solitary being obliged to seek my own food from day to day, I was attended by a whole nation, all ready to serve me, and no care upon me but how to discharge the important business of an apostle, which I had now taken upon me. To this purpose, besides my daily instructing the priests in the knowledge of Christianity, I once a week taught the people in public, who I found very ready and tolerably capable to receive my instructions. As to the priests, I had expected much difficulty with them, and no little opposition, but was very agreeably surprised. They were very attentive, quick of apprehension, fond of instruction, and very ready to give me what assistance they could in teaching the people. The use I made of them was this. I mean the young priests, for the high priest was mostly confined at home by the infirmities of his great age. The use, I say, I made of the young priests was to teach the children and young people the Church of England's catechism. For as I had found a common prayer book among the few books that were in my chest, I translated the catechism into the Indian tongue with a short and plain comment upon it. This I taught the priests to read, who afterwards made the children get it by heart. And as I had a Bible, I, at my leisure, translated that also, beginning with the plainest parts first, till I had finished the whole. I from time to time read the Bible in public to them, and, as I was able, explained it. I cannot but say I found myself very happy among these plain, illiterate, honest people. There was nothing that they could do to please me, but they did it, and often expressed their hope of my never leaving them. I found the manner of introducing myself among them was highly serviceable to me, for though in every respect they could not but observe that I was like them, yet it was easy to discover that they conceived me more than a mere mortal. However, I did not think it my duty, any more than my interest, to undeceive them, as this opinion secured to me that respect and authority which were necessary for me to preserve in order to carry on the great work among them in which I was engaged. I sometimes amused myself in shooting with my bow and arrows, in which I exceeded any of them. But even this circumstance, trifling as it was, raised their opinion of me. In the summer season, I now and then went to visit my old island, but whenever I did so, I always ordered the Indians who rowed me over to wait with the canoe by the seaside, or to return home and fetch me in the evening, whilst I roamed about at my own pleasure. When the same time returned next year, at which season they used to visit the oracle, the priests asked me, in the name of the people, if they should go to visit the oracle. I answered by no means, for that they would never more hear any answers from it. I passed nearly 2 years very agreeably among them, in which I not only finished the translation of the Bible, as well as that of the Catechism, but indeed of most of the prayers in the Common Prayer Book. I also had made a great progress in instructing the people, whom I happily brought off from their idolatry to the knowledge of the true God, and to a tolerable idea of the Christian religion. We now regularly observed the Lord's Day, according to divine appointment. Though I had no right to administer the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, yet I was well satisfied that under the circumstances we were in, I might baptize. But I never did so, till I was well satisfied that the party had a tolerable notion of the Christian religion, and earnestly desired to be baptized. I could not help making one observation, and that a very just one. I remembered when I was in England that I used to look up some of the deistical writers in my uncle's study. These writers labored to prove that Christianity was repugnant to plain, uncorrupted reason. Yet I found this assertion entirely false. For here, a people who had no other guide but their reason no sooner heard Christianity plainly and firmly expounded to them, but they soon embraced it. And I am fully persuaded that whenever any unprejudiced person tries the religion of Christ by his reason, though he may find it in some measure above his reason, he yet will not find it contrary to it, and that it is worthy of his assenting to it. But to continue my history. In the beginning of the 3rd summer of my being here, not having been for a long time at my old island, on account of the late rainy season, answerable to winter in Europe, I ordered some Indians to row me thither, early in the morning. I told the Indians they might return back and come again in the evening. Every time I made this visit, I always went into my subterraneous apartments to get some rings to distribute among the Indians. I suppose they wondered how I came by them, but never asked me, and that they might have no suspicion that I brought them from the island, I never gave them any on my return to them, but always a few days before I intended a visit to my old habitation. End of Chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Lands on her island, ascends the idol, perceives 2 Europeans approach the statue, one of whom she finds to be her cousin, speaks to them from the oracle, and after several interrogations discovers herself. As soon then as I was landed, I walked to the iron door, which I always left covered with earth, and fastened after me as soon as I had struck a light. I commonly ascended into the oracular structure, and used to sit there sometimes to view the island. I did so this time, but how greatly was I surprised when, looking forward, I saw some men advancing towards me. I soon perceived that they were Europeans, and, as well as I could conjecture, at the distance they were from me, Englishmen. I supposed that they belonged to some ship that had either cast anchor off the island upon some occasion or other, or were shipwrecked. Nay, thought I, they may be pirates. Whatever might be the cause of their landing, I had much to fear. Indeed, I was safe where I was, but how was I to get home? And to stay long in such a place I could not. My next fear was for the poor Indians, who would come in the evening, and not finding me by the shore as usual, would no doubt come upon the island in search of me, and be taken for slaves. Nor might the evil stop thus. Their country might be discovered, and probably invaded, and numbers of the people be carried away into slavery, and other injuries committed. Thus did my busy imagination create, as in a moment, evils that happily never came into existence. For these strangers soon came forwards, as I supposed, to view the statue, and being come near enough to be heard, one of them said to another, "We have indeed found a strange thing. What can this huge statue be designed for?" "I know not," replied one who stood by him, "nor can I take pleasure in any discovery in a place where, no doubt, my dear cousin was starved to death or devoured by beasts." These words and the voice alarmed me. "Sure," cried I within myself, "he speaks of me, and it is my cousin Winkfield." As he came nearer, I thought more certainly it was he. I listened attentively to their conversation, in hopes to hear something that might confirm my suspicion. They stood still, I suppose, to examine the statue, when, as often as one of them spoke, I was the more confirmed, by hearing and seeing him, that it was my uncle's son. "But how," cried I, "should he come here? How know I was left on this island?" These reflections destroyed my first suspicions, and my former fears began to revive. When he who I supposed was my cousin said, "Let us stand here no longer, but as this seems undoubtedly to be an uninhabited island, let us continue our search, and perhaps we may yet find the bones of my dear Unca Winkfield, and by burying them pay the last, and only, respect we can to her unhappy memory, for if some beast destroyed her, he hardly ate her bones." I heard these last words, including my name, too distinctly any longer to doubt whether the speaker was my cousin or not, and perceiving the company was walking away, cried out, "Winkfield, stay!" At these words my cousin started violently, and turning round, as they all did, said to his companion, "Surely, Charles, I was called." "No doubt," replied his companion Charles, "but it must be some of our companions who called you, for this island is uninhabited. We have been over it enough to see its bounds." "No, Charles, it was too loud a voice to be human. Did you hear it, gentlemen?" speaking to his company. "Yes, indeed, and it was like thunder. The joy of finding my cousin raised my spirits, and I was determined to indulge an adventure which promised much pleasure and continued as follows. Mr. Winkfield. "Sure, it must be the spirit of my dear cousin. My father, who you know is far from being superstitious, has often said he believes, that upon very important occasions, departed spirits are suffered to appear again. Oh, that I could hear that voice again. Unca Wingfield. Is your father alive? Mr. Wingfield. Hark, it speaks again like thunder. Amazing. Shall I answer? Yes, I will. I hope so. He was alive a few months ago. One of the company. This is strange indeed, but it may be dangerous to stay. You know not with whom you may be conversing. It may be an evil spirit, and may hurt us. I have heard of such. Let us go. Another of the company. I think the same, and never heard that any departed spirit, if it did return upon any particular occasion, spoke with as thundering voice as this. Besides, look at that statue. It brings to my mind the oracles that we read of in ancient history, and, to my apprehension, the voice seemed to come from thence, and perhaps it may be true, as we have read, that devils speak from such kind of statues. Mr. Wingfield. You speak with reason, but I think I could be almost content to speak to the devil to hear news of my cousin. Charles. Fie, talk not so. Let us commit ourselves to God, and wait a little to hear if it will speak again, and listen if the sound comes really from the statue, but do not speak any more to it. I could not help being much diverted at their fears, but unwilling yet to discover myself, I however determined to dissipate their terrors, and beginning a midnight hymn of my uncle's composing, which my cousin had set notes to and taught me to sing, they started when I begun. But as soon as my cousin distinguished the tune and understood the words, he was calm, and made a motion to the company to be silent, and when I had done, said, An evil spirit would not sing such holy words. My father composed them, and I taught my cousin to sing them. This is not to be accounted for, yet we read that Satan can transform himself into an angel of light. Away, I have no fears. I will speak to it. Does my cousin Unca live? She lives and is happy. Perhaps in heaven. No, she lives upon earth. Shall I ever see her? You may. But when and where? Here, and that soon, too. Let me see her, then. You shall, if you will do one thing. I will do anything that... Charles. Stop, be not rash. Ask what you are to do before you promise. I am myself not without my suspicions. I was going to say I would do anything not unworthy of a Christian. Charles. I am satisfied. If I may see my cousin, I will do anything not unworthy of a Christian. What I shall require is worthy of a Christian. Propose it then. It is only to continue, all of you where you are, and do sing your favorite hymn, and before you have done, you shall see Unca. It begins, Whilst thus the sun illumes our sphere, and bids the earth bring forth, O Spirit, deign in me to rear fruits of superior worth. Mr. Wingfield. I will do it, but who or what, Charles, can this invisible being be, who seems thus intimately to know me? I know not, but its request is innocent and pious. Therefore begin. As this hymn was a pretty long one, I knew it would give me sufficient time to carry my design into execution, which was to go out of my subterranean passage, dressed in my priestly habits, and with my staff and crown, for in this manner I always came upon these insular visits. As they stood, it would be impossible for them to see me ascend from the earth. I pleased myself much with the surprise they would be in, to see me in a dress of which they could form no expectation, nor conceive the meaning of. I must mention one circumstance more, which contributed not a little to surprise them. I had found among my clothes a small parcel of brass wire, which I had to mend my cages, in which I was carrying over some curious birds to England. After I came to live among the Indians, I made a strange kind of musical instrument. It was a long, narrow box made of thin wood with holes cut in it, and several pieces of brass wire, placed in a particular manner. This I used to place in a tree, and when the wind blew properly upon it, it would send out certain soft, pleasant notes. I had a mind to try what effect it would have in the statue. I found out a method to fix it, opposite to the mouth, within sight of the statue, and when the wind sat right to blow into it, the sounds were very delightful, and might be heard, I believe, almost over the whole island. After I had made this discovery, I always brought it with me and placed it in the statue, and if the wind stood properly, I was greatly entertained with its melodious sounds as I walked up and down. As I found the wind sat full against the statue, I placed the instrument before it, and heard it play with a loudness that I could not have borne long. This, no doubt, could not but give my visitors a new alarm, yet from the nature of it was less terrifying than my speaking had been, with such a magnifying voice, as the mechanism of the statue occasioned, and indeed they were greatly alarmed, which gave birth to the following dialogue, just as my cousin began to sing, as I was afterwards informed. Mr. Winkfield. Ha! How sweet! But strange are these sounds! Astonishing beyond conception! This can be no human artifice. The loudness of it exceeds the power of art. I wish we were safe aboard our ships. I never was credulous, but henceforth I shall believe every fairy tale if I escape this adventure, which I much fear. Mr. Winkfield. Let us be men, at least, and reflect that we are come in an honest cause. I own these appearances are very extraordinary, but they may portend good as well as evil. Must every supernatural event terminate in evil? Why may not the interruption of the usual course of things be as well for good as hurt? True. Let us construe the omen in our favor and be composed, and let Mr. Winkfield sing the hymn he promised. Their conversation was so earnest that they did not perceive me advancing, taking a slope till I got behind them, though at some distance, just as my cousin began his hymn. I stood still till he had done, in hopes that they would see me before I walked up quite close to them, for I was afraid of alarming them too much. As soon as my cousin finished his hymn, and all, looking at the statue, had stood silent some minutes, my cousin exclaimed, I have sung the hymn, but where is Unca? As he said these words, I moved gently towards the left, and then walked forwards, till I came upon a line with them. The music still sounding, I then stopped, holding my staff so that the image of the sun, on the top of it, prevented a full view of my face. Presently, he who was called Charles saw me, when starting aside, he cried, Bless me, what is that? Upon this, all turned and saw me, to their great surprise. They stood still and silent like mutes. I now bowed my staff, as saluting them, and exposed my face to their full view, not very far from them, when my cousin, in his turn, exclaimed, It is my cousin's face, but can it be her? It is. And living too? Yes, cousin, and living too. And smiling, added, But have you forgot all your gallantry, and must I make the first advance? Having said this, I began slowly to step forward, when one of the company cried out, Nay, if you all have a mind to stay till the devil comes to you, I will not, and ran away as fast as they could. I still kept slowly moving on, whilst my cousin and the rest stood amazed, half leaning back, as if in doubt whether to stay or run after their companion. Their great amazement confounded me. I was at a loss what to say or do. I stopped short, and all of us stood silently gazing, them at me and I at them. At last, recovering from the confusion their great surprise had thrown me into, I addressed my cousin with these words. Dear cousin Winkfield, do not be so much alarmed. I am really your cousin, Unca Eliza Winkfield. You indeed appear to be such, but the strange things which I have seen and heard today, and your no less extraordinary appearance, scarce leave me sufficiently master of my senses to form a right judgment of what I see and hear. By this time I was got up close to him, for he stood like a statue, and giving my hand, said, "Cousin Winkfield, be composed and satisfied that it is your cousin Unca who speaks to you." He then took me in his arms, embraced and kissed me, and as soon as his transports at finding me a little subsided, he said, "But pray, my dear Unca, what mean the huge statue, the monstrous voice like loud thunder, that talked to me and sung, this loud music which I still hear, the strange rich dress I see you in, and how have you subsisted in this strange uninhabited place? Or say whether it is not the abode of invisible spirits, who have wrought the wonderful things I have heard, and whether they have not been your guardians, and whether—" "Stop, dear cousin. You have asked too many questions, and such as cannot be answered in a hurry. And I have, on my part, my questions to ask of you, for your appearance here is very surprising to me. How you should know of my being here is what I cannot conjecture. But of these things we will talk together at our leisure, when you are more composed." End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. One of the company, terrified at Unca's appearance, runs to the ship and makes such a report to the crew that they refuse to take them on board. By this time the company, being pretty well satisfied that I was immortal, which at first they doubted of, came up to us and wished us joy on our unexpected happy meeting. We thanked them, and I assured them they need not be under any uneasiness, for that they were perfectly safe where they were, for however extraordinary what they had heard and seen might appear to them, the whole was the effect only of natural causes. They were too mannerly to contradict what I said, but I could easily perceive that they did not believe me. However, I left them to their suspicions for that time. My cousin now briefly informed me that one of the gentlemen in company, whom he called Captain Shore, the very day I was left on this island, took my ship and the captain of it prisoner, and had sent him to England to be tried. That Captain Shore, coming to England at my cousin's request, consented to bring him over in search of me, as he thought, from the account that the captain had given him, he could find the island, as he happily had. He added, the ship now lies at anchor on the part of the island behind the statue, or whatever it is, and if you please, I will conduct you on board, for by this time they will expect us to dinner, and I reckon are not a little uneasy about what may have befallen us, for I suppose our companion has made a dreadful report. I answered that I was entirely at his disposal for a few hours. "For a few hours," returned he briskly. "Why must my dear Unca and I ever part again? You talk strangely, and once more make me almost doubt the reality of what I see and hear." "Yes, we must part for a little," answered I, "but I will soon satisfy you on that head. But let us pass on. I attend you." As we walked along, I told him that I had come over on a visit to the island that morning, and that at night I was obliged to return back to the island on which I had lived about 2 years, or otherwise my friends there would be under great uneasiness at my absence. Thus we went on talking, till we came to the shore, when my cousin was greatly surprised at not seeing the boat. "I ordered the boat," said he, "to wait for me here, and though Mr. Locke in his fright might take it to go on board, he should have sent it back, and there has been time enough for its return." Upon which Captain Shore took a glass out of his pocket to look at the ship, which rode at anchor some distance off. "Bless me," said he, of a sudden, "what do I see? They are preparing to set sail. Sure the crew have not mutinied." He then called to them as loud as he could and waved his handkerchief. He then said, "They made a signal that they see me." In a little time after, he saw the boat coming. It soon appeared, but as it came near to the shore, the sailors, it seems, heard the music from the statue, as the wind blew directly off from the island. This, together with my tawny complexion and strange dress, so terrified them that they stopped rowing and would come no nearer, when one of the sailors said, "Mr. Locke said right, this is certainly some enchanted island, and I would not row a stroke nearer if it was for the king." "Nor I, for I hear the devil's bagpipes playing as loud as thunder." "Aye, and don't you see that she-devil there wrapped in gold? I suppose she is the devil's wife, and this is their wedding day, which makes her so fine and have so much music. I don't fear all the devils in hell, for I am a good Catholic. I've crossed myself and prayed to St. Patrick, but the devil shan't catch me ashore for all that. I wish though I had her devil ship's crown, gold, and gown, I would go no more to sea. You fool, if you had them in your hand, they would all turn to dust." We were obliged to hear this strange dialogue before Captain Shore could put in a word. At last, with much ado, he made them hear him, but neither threats nor fair words could prevail upon them to come nearer the shore, whilst I stayed there. One of them said that Mr. Locke came on board in a terrible fright, and said he had seen a monster as tall as the moon, that it talked and sung louder than thunder, and that if he had not run away, a she-devil would have run away with him. And as one of our men was rowing him back, they said, they saw 100 devils fly away with you all into the air, whilst they saw a great devil playing upon the bagpipes, and he said that for that matter he played much better than he had ever heard a Scotchman in his life. We therefore called a council, and had agreed to sail directly if Captain Shore had not called to us. As soon as the sailor had done talking, I told my cousin that I would leave them, that they might go on board their ship and try to undeceive the crew, and that I would meet him the next morning at the steps. My cousin was much concerned at this unexpected sudden separation, but it appeared absolutely necessary, and there was no time for deliberation, for the men threatened every moment to row back to the ship. End of chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Mr. Winkfield left on shore, and after relating what passed between him and the ship's company, Unca and he retire in the evening to the other island. Thus I left them, lamenting my own folly for not having discovered myself in a less alarming manner. As soon as I was got out of sight, the sailors set up a shout of joy, whilst I pensively walked on to my subterraneous apartments. I hastened up into the statue to remove the occasion, which had had no little effect in the late unlucky incident. Here I sat musing on what might be the consequences of this affair. "They may perhaps," cried I, "murder my cousin, or force him to return back immediately, and not suffer him to go aboard again, or if they do, may sail away and take him with them. Better had it never been to have seen him again, than thus to prove the occasion of his death, or of new vexation to myself. I might have concluded my life with ease and pleasure among the Indians, but if I see him no more, I shall have laid a fresh cause of uneasiness as long as I live, and drag out the remainder of my life in misery, a burden to myself, and useless to all around me. What," continued I, "is human life? As a wave destroys in a moment the wave that preceded it, so often does the arising moment the joys of the last, never more to return. Thus destroyed, perhaps, is all my past happiness. The sun, which in the morning saw me happy, now beholds me mourning, shedding tears which perhaps must flow till death stops the current. Nor shall mine flow alone. An aged father, with his afflicted consort, may mourn a lost son, and curse the hour in which they first knew me, the unhappy means of bringing their gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. I had taken no refreshment since I came upon the island in the morning, and my grief was too great to let me think of any, till at last, fatigued with weeping and fasting, I grew faint. I then thought I would leave the place and take some refreshment, but not till I had sought comfort of him who only can give it. Now finding my mind more composed, and having determined to banish every anxious thought, till I saw what the returning day might produce, for I proposed to come again the next morning, I made haste to get above ground. I did so, and was walking to the place where I had put some provisions till I might want them, when I found part of the evils that my mind foreboded but too true, for who should I see walking solitarily along towards the statue but my poor cousin? He did not see me till I called to him. "Cousin Winkfield," said I, "what have my fears proved true? Will they not receive you on board?" "No, but be not alarmed, my dear Unca. Captain Shore will soon be here again, and if in the meantime I can be with you, I shall be happy." "But will not your father and mother be alarmed at your delay?" "They will not, for as I supposed it would be uncertain how long I might be searching for you, if I ever found you, I desired 2 years' absence." "I am so far satisfied, but relate what happened after I left you on the shore." "As soon as you had left us, the sailors waited till you was got out of sight, and then set up a great shout, which possibly you heard. I did hear it, and from that moment was filled with fears, lest they should murder you, or leave you on shore, as they have done. Weep not for me, my dear Unca, for to live with you I should be contented if he never returns." "I feel the tenderness of your expression, but my manner of living, length of time hath rendered agreeable to me, but it would be very disgusting to you. Rather may you soon return to your native country, be happy, and leave me." "Stop, dear cousin, nor talk of leaving you. I never can, nor— Hold, this is the language of a lover, ill-suited to the present time and circumstances. The day wears away apace, and I must soon leave this island. Let us consider how you are to be disposed of. In the interim, will you partake of such mean fare as I have here? For I suppose you have had no refreshment since morning, any more than myself." We then walked to where I had stored my provisions, and there sat down to our repast. I now desired him to continue his relation. "I said the sailors shouted when you were out of sight, and instead of rowing up to us as we expected, boldly told the captain that they had sworn before they set out not to bring me on board, being determined never to sail in company with a man who, as Mr. Locke told them, had talked and sang songs with the devil. And had it not been for us, you know, Captain, said one of them, he would have brought a she-devil on board with him, and as soon as she was on board, to be sure, Captain, she would have sunk the ship and flown away with us all. No, no, good Captain, we are bad enough indeed, but we won't keep the devil company neither, nor any of his cronies. He may go after her devil ship if he pleases, if he can catch her, for I saw her fly into the air. Did you not, Jack? Yes, that I did, and she left a terrible stink of brimstone behind. Don't you all smell it? Smell it, aye, to be sure. Do you think we have no noses? Captain Shore was in a great passion. He told them they were mutineers, and he supposed wanted to run away with the ship. To this they replied, No, no, Captain, though we don't like the devil's company, we are honest fellows. We don't want to run away with the ship. That would be going to the devil another way, and I warrant he would trim us for using his lady so ill. You are our captain, and we will take you on board, if you please, but Mr. Winkfield is only a passenger, and we are not obliged to take him. Finding there was no good to be done with them, I whispered the captain that I would stay on shore all night, at all events, but desired he would come to me in the morning, and let me know if he had brought them to reason. However, as I had not spoken to the sailors, I was willing to try what I could do with them. Gentlemen, said I, you are really under a great mistake. That gentlewoman, whom you call a she-devil, is my cousin. She was 3 years ago left upon this island by a rogue of a captain, who ran away with her ship. Well, sir, if she is not a devil, I suppose she is a witch, and that is as bad, and that made the captain set her on shore. And pray, was that tall monster, who sung and played upon the bagpipes, your cousin too? You know, sir, we heard him play ourselves, and the devil could not play louder. I was confounded at this question, not knowing myself how to count for what I had heard. They saw my confusion and laughed. I therefore once more told the captain I would leave, and hoped to see him in the morning. So we shook hands and parted, he looking at me with great concern. I remembered, you said, you should not leave this place till night. I was therefore walking up to the statue in order to wait there some time, in hopes of seeing you thereabouts. If not, I intended walking up and down in quest of you, but as I was going thither, I had the pleasure of hearing you call me. I'm very glad you found me so soon, for the sun is declining apace, and if you had missed me, you would have passed an uneasy night. For though there is here nothing to hurt you, you could not know that. But as we have done eating, let us go down to the seaside, where a canoe will soon be ready to carry us where you shall pass the night in safety. In the morning we will return here, and I hope we shall see the captain, and hear that matters are made up on board. And as I suppose you are impatient to know what has happened to me since I was put upon this island, and to know the meaning of the extraordinary things that you have seen and heard, I will inform you as we go along. End of Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. They return in the morning to see whether the captain had brought the crew to obedience, but find they had forced him to sail back to Europe. We now walk down to the seaside, where 2 Indians waited with my canoe. They seemed surprised at the appearance of a stranger, especially of a white man, as having never seen one before. I quickly spoke cheerfully and told them that he was a relation of mine who had come to see me. They seemed very well satisfied and asked no questions, as they were used to pay an implicit regard to everything I said. During our short voyage, I made a brief relation of everything that had befallen me from my first being put upon the island to the time of my cousin's arrival. He listened with an attention little short of astonishment. "What a series," cried he, "of amazing providences! I will learn their language, and end my days in carrying on the great work you have so wonderfully begun amongst them. For never shall I be able so successfully to fulfill the duties of my function as among a plain, uncorrupted, honest people as these I find are. For since I saw you, Unca, I have entered into holy orders. The novelty of what you had heard has heated your imagination and hurried you into a resolution that in your calmer moments you will retract. Besides, what will your parents say to their only son's becoming a voluntary exile? They are too good to oppose so pious a resolve. What a glorious harvest do I see! I will return and ask their leave. I know I shall obtain it. And then I shall have but one thing more to ask, and that is Unca's hand forever, in return for my heart, which she has long had. What says my dear cousin?" "That we must land," returned I, very gravely, "for we are upon the shore, and the Indians waiting for us." I saw he was chagrined at this unexpected answer, so foreign to his question, when, rising up, I gave him my hand to conduct me on shore, which he squeezed, as if he meant to punish it for the mortification my tongue had given him. It was a fine moonlight night, and there were a great many Indians waiting for my return. Seeing a stranger with me, they looked as if in doubt or fear whether they should come up to me as usual. Perceiving their condition, I called to them with that air of affability with which I always spoke to them, telling them I had brought a relation with me, who had come a great way to see me. Their usual joy at my presence now revived, and they came up to us, showing my cousin the same respect commonly paid to me. They attended us to my hut. I desired 2 of the priests to sup with us, that no offense might be given by being alone with a man, though such was the chaste simplicity of their manners, and their high opinion of me, that I believed the precaution was unnecessary, for suspicion reigns most in guilty hearts, and chiefly with regard to those we think meanly of. My cousin was pleased with his repast, though but the second time he had ever partaken of such kinds of provisions. The priests, who had learned a little English of me, were mightily pleased whenever they understood a word that my cousin said, and most highly so as often as they could make themselves understood. When it was time to go to rest, the priests took care to provide a proper place for my cousin. We were up the next day very early, breakfasted, and then set out for the island. During our voyage, the night before, I was the chief speaker, and now, in his turn, my brother briefly told me how he came to know where I was, of which hereafter. Nor did he omit any opportunity in the course of his narration to give me to understand that he had all along preserved that affection for me that he had formerly professed. But as often as he dropped such expressions, I took care to show no particular regard to them, but only a general attention to the thread of his discourse. When we had reached the island, I ordered the Indians not to return as usual, not knowing what sudden occasion I might have for them, but strictly charged them not to advance a foot forward into the island, nor to row to any other part of it. My cousin and I now crossed the island to the place where we expected the boat to come to. We sat and walked up and down here, by turns, till noon, but saw no boat. We then took some of the provisions we had brought and dined. In short, we passed the whole afternoon, till it was time to think of returning home, without seeing any signs of a boat. We therefore feared the crew had mutinied, and run away with the ship, and maybe murdered the captain and the other passengers, at least that they would not suffer the captain to come ashore again. The evening being far advanced, we were obliged to return home, not a little chagrined at our disappointment. My concern, indeed, arose upon my cousin's account, for had the ship arrived, I would not have gone away in it, being determined to live and die amongst my dear Indians. Nor, indeed, was it his intention to have gone home in her, but to have sent word to his parents that he had found me, and was determined to live and die with me, which, however, as often as he mentioned it, I most strongly opposed. My cousin insisted upon his going without me the next morning, to which I was forced to agree, but was quickly surprised to see him return before noon. "What means this quick return?" cried I. "I cannot conjecture the occasion." "It seems," said he, "as if Providence, though by a somewhat adverse stroke, designs that I shall carry my resolution to teach the Indians into practice, and spend my days with my dear Unca, whether she will or no. For as I drew near, this morning, to the part of the shore where we yesterday waited for the boat, I saw, as I thought, several chests and casks, and such, indeed, they were. And when I came up to them, I beheld a stick fixed in the ground, on the top of which was tied a letter. This I took and found it directed to me. Here it is. Sir, I solemnly assure you that I have done everything in my power, both by threats and promises, to induce the crew to let me fetch you on board, but in vain. So deeply has Mr. Locke's foolish reports wrought upon their superstitious minds, for which indeed he is now very sorry. All that I can obtain is, that they will carry all your goods, and put them on shore by break of day. Tomorrow, provided that they see nothing of your cousin, as I hope they will not, and that you may at least have your goods, which no doubt you will want. As the men were only hired to come here, they insist upon returning to Europe. Please God I arrive safe there. I will give your father and mother the best account I can. As your cousin has found means of subsisting, I hope you will too. I intend to come again in search of you next year, for it will be impossible to come sooner. I remember your cousin said her residence was on another island, where I suppose you will live also. If I am so happy as to live to come again, I will set up a high pole in some conspicuous part of the island with a streamer, so that if you come from time to time to look for me, you will be sure to know when I am arrived. But you must not expect me much short of a year hence. But as I know not what part of the island I may be obliged to cast anchor, or at what distance from it when I arrive, I will place a small piece of cannon on the shore nearest to where the ship may lie, that if you come whilst we are on board, you may, by firing it, give notice of your being upon the island. I most heartily wish your cousin and you health and happiness, and hope we shall meet again. nor to that end shall anything be wanting that may be in power of, sir, etc., etc. I was heartily sorry at reading of this, but my cousin smiled, and said he should now live with me whether I would or not. I am, added he, only uneasy for my father and mother, but I know when they are assured that you are living and that we are together, their concern will be greatly lessened, and they will comfort themselves with the pleasing hope of hearing us both next year. And it is in your power, my dear Unca, greatly to add to their pleasure, by enabling me to acquaint them that you have become their daughter. Let us then be united in the glorious work you have begun. Teach me the Indian language, and I will join the glorious task you have commenced and tread with you the path that leads to glory and happiness by well-doing. One motive for my seeking you was that, if we should meet, we might be forever united. Consider one thing more, that if you refuse me, we cannot enjoy those hours of privacy together, I at least shall wish for, without offense to those around us. At least I know your delicacy will be hurt by them. This last remark had some weight with me, yet I declined a direct answer, for though I loved him as a friend and relation, I had never considered him as a lover, nor any other person. It appeared to me, indeed, as if it must be as he would have it, yet the reflection gave me no pleasure. For though the Indians, I believed, would not entertain any ill suspicions of my conduct, yet I could not satisfy myself with the reflection of being much alone with a man, as it hurt my modesty. However, postponing the matter for further consideration, my immediate care was to provide a sufficient number of canoes, the largest that could be got, to fetch my cousin's baggage. End of chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Embark their effects for the inhabited island. Mr. Winkfield marries his cousin and proceeds in the work of conversion. He relates by what means he came to the knowledge of her being in that part of the world. The next morning, my cousin set out with a sufficient number of canoes and brought all his things over. Besides a proper stock of clothes for himself and some useful books, he had, as if certain of finding me living, and the naked inhabitant of a desolate island, brought over apparel for me. The linen indeed was very acceptable to me, as I now began to be in great want of it. I was very much pleased to see a basket with about a dozen live fowls, cocks, and hens. With these the island was soon stocked, and were very pleasing to the Indians, who had never seen any before. But what were these to the many other things the Indians had never seen before, at which they wondered and were delighted with? A gun, and the surprising effects of gunpowder, a telescope, and many other European curiosities, and without which, indeed, they were sufficiently happy. However, the sight of these raised in them a high opinion of my cousin, next to that they had for me. I passed my time happily enough before my cousin's arrival, but more so afterwards. For from his presence I enjoyed a new advantage. We now had divine service every Lord's Day, which my cousin performed in English, and I was interpreter, till he had learned the Indian language, which he did much sooner than could have been well expected, and at last preached in the Indian tongue. I had now the great pleasure of once more enjoying all the ordinances of the church and the constant company of a religious and sensible companion, who, through his constant importunity, I was at last obliged to give my hand, about 2 months after his arrival. We first married ourselves according to the church rites, the high priest acting as father, who died about a week after. We were also married according to the custom of the Indians, that they might the more perfectly be satisfied, their form having nothing in it contrary to our religion. From the time of my cousin's settling here, or rather my husband, as I must now for the future call him, the Indians were properly baptized, married, and many of them, at their earnest desire, admitted to the Lord's Supper. My husband and I spent much of our time in teaching the Christian religion to the children, he the boys and I the girls, so that what with catechizing and his preaching twice a week, we had greatly the appearance of a Christian country. The natural simplicity and purity of the Indian manners greatly accelerated this work. Being now more at leisure, I desired my husband to recount to me at large what he had at first but briefly told me of, concerning his learning where I was, and of the captain who had robbed me, and set me on the uninhabited island. It was thus. There came one day, said my husband, a seafaring man to my father, who inquired of him if he had not a niece at Virginia of the same name with himself. To this my father replied that he had a brother and niece at that place, if they were not come away, for that he had expected them some months, his brother having sent over great parts of his effects, which he had received, and whom had informed him by letter that he and his daughter would soon follow. But added he, do you, sir, know anything of them? Yes, sir, replied the stranger. Your brother, I am sorry to inform you, died just as he was about to set for England. I am very much concerned to hear of my dear brother's death, but as to my niece, does she intend to come over to England or to continue there? Perhaps she has sent you with orders concerning her effects. As to your niece, I do not come from her. I never was at Virginia in my life, nor did I ever see her. Yet I have some news to acquaint you with concerning her, but which I am sorry to say will give you much concern. Indeed, after hearing of the death of my brother, I shall be still farther grieved to hear of any affliction that may have befallen my dear niece, but God's will be done. Pray let me hear it, whatever it is. I shall be ready to give you all the information that I can about her, but as I cannot do so in a few words, I must beg your patience whilst I relate to you circumstantially all the particulars that I know. I am, sir, a captain of a merchant ship. As we were sailing from the West Indies for this my native country, we met with a sail, which fired a gun for us to bring to. This alarmed us, for as it was a time of peace, I feared it might be a pirate, as indeed it proved, but happily one from whom we received not the least injury, as you will hear. We were in no wise capable of defending ourselves, the pirate being a ship of force. We therefore were obliged to suffer them to come aboard us. As soon as the captain got upon deck, he addressed himself to me in these words: Be not alarmed, I am indeed a pirate, but design no hurt to you. I come on board only to ask a favor, which you can easily grant, if you, as I see you are my countrymen, are bound to England. If not, I will return to my own ship and leave you unmolested to pursue your own course. I am bound, sir, for England, and if I can render you any service there, I will readily and faithfully do it. If you please, I will go into your cabin with you, and there open my business more fully. According to his request, Captain Shore, for that he told me was his name, and his mate and I retired into my cabin, when he soon resumed his discourse in this manner. I was a few years ago, as I find you are, a merchant captain, but having very bad success, I proposed to my mate here to turn pirate, to which he consenting, we broke our intentions to the crew, who too readily agreed to our proposal. However, we all resolved never to commit a murder, and rather quit our prey than kill any, if we could not otherwise get master of them. And this resolution we have happily kept to this moment. We have been very successful in our robberies, but not daring to put into any port in these parts, and as little to return to England, we sought for and found a small uninhabited island where we stored our treasures and at times resided. This was very privately situated, and where we were in no danger of being discovered, and lay very convenient to put a sea from, and retreat to, as we saw occasion. The last prize we made was in this manner. Discovering a small ship, we, as usual, made what sail we could till we came pretty near to her, and then fired a gun for her to bring to. As she was a ship of no force, and we had our guns out ready to fire upon her, she immediately surrendered. As soon as we came on board, we saw an Indian hanging up alive and bleeding at the yardarm. I asked the captain the meaning of this cruel treatment. He replied that he was a very wicked fellow and had thrown him overboard, and that he and 5 others of his countrymen had conspired to murder all the crew and run away with the ship, but that he and his men had overpowered and killed the 5 others. Though this seemed very plausible, such things often happening at sea, yet I could not help observing a confusion in the countenance of the captain, which destroyed the credit of his story. Naturally abhorring cruelty, and suspecting something bad, I ordered the Indian to be immediately taken down and his wounds to be dressed. Being determined to make what inquiry I could into this affair, I ordered the captain and the poor Indian to be carried, for indeed he could not walk, to go down into the cabin with me and my mate, and here a dismal scene presented. The floor and wainscot of the cabin all smeared with blood, and 2 female Indians wounded and bleeding, who seemed to start with horror at the sight of the captain. Having imposed silence on the captain, I ordered the women to give me an account of what had happened, which, as well as their fright and weakness would permit, they did, and the poor Indian, in a few words, not being able to speak much, confirmed what the women had said. But the captain absolutely denied their relation and appealed to the crew, who confirmed his denial. But suspecting the captain to be guilty, here Mr. Winkfield Sr. interrupted him somewhat peevishly. "Pardon me, sir," cried him. "You are very prolix. I am confounded, and want to know what all this has to do with my niece. The part of the world, the slaves, alarm me. Let me know the worst at once. Was my niece murdered, sir, on board this ship?" "No, sir, she was not, and may yet be living, for aught I know to the contrary." "May yet be living? You talk mysteriously. I thought you came to tell me news about her, and you only say she may yet be living? I abhor suspense. If you know anything concerning her, tell it me at once." "Honored sir, don't be in such a hurry. You will offend the gentleman, and we may never come to the perfect knowledge of this affair." "Sir, I take no offense. I attribute your father's interruption to his concern for his niece, but cannot give him the information he wants, except in the manner I was going to do it. If it be agreeable, I will proceed. I am warm of temper, sir. The subject is very interesting, and in affection I know no difference between my niece and my daughter. I hope, therefore, you will excuse my rude interruption, and be pleased to proceed in your own way." I am satisfied. I left off, I think, with saying that notwithstanding the captain's denial of what the Indians accused him of, and though backed by his crew, that Captain Shore still thought him guilty. "You did good, sir. What am I next to hear? Poor Unca." "I was determined," said Captain Shore, "to come to the bottom of this affair, and therefore made every inquiry that I could. The account the Indians gave me was this, that their mistress's name was Unca Eliza Winkfield, that her father, a very rich man, had lately died at Virginia, that she was coming over to England to an uncle, her father's brother, a clergyman, that she had great riches on board the ship, and that the ship was also hers, which she had promised to give upon her arrival in England to the captain, who took care of it for her, and who was a poor broke man, that the captain would have forced her to sign a bond to marry his son upon their arrival in England where he lived, that upon her absolute refusal to sign this bond, he threatened to put her upon some uninhabited island, saying this in the hearing of her 2 male slaves, who loved her dearly, he who had been hung up at the yardarm, and another threw the captain out of the cabin window into the sea, but that swimming to the ship, he was taken up again, when at the head of his men he came into the cabin, murdered 5 of the male Indians, and hung the 6th up at the yardarm, intending there to let them die, and then put their mistress upon a desolate island, and was proceeding to sail away with the ship and all their mistress's effects. End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continues his relation, some account of Captain Shore, who resolves to leave off his piratical practices. Having heard this relation, continued Captain Shore, I immediately searched among the goods on board and found sufficient proofs that they belonged to Mrs. Winkfield. However, I was determined, if possible, to make the captain confess his guilt. Looking therefore very sternly, I gave orders that my men should take and hang him up at the yard arm, where the poor Indian had lately hung, and there to remain till he should confess his crime, or die, when he, seeing my command was going to be carried into execution, immediately acknowledged his crime, and, falling down at my feet, besought my pardon. No, cried I, if the innocent could find no mercy, the guilty shall not. You was deaf to the cries of the injured Mrs. Winkfield, and I will be deaf to yours. You shall be hanged. At the instant I uttered this command, these words of Scripture came strong upon my mind, suddenly, like lightning. Thou art inexcusable, O man, whosoever thou art that judgest. For wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself, for thou that judgest doest the same things. And thinkest thou this, that thou shalt escape the judgment of God? I was so sensibly struck with these words that I started up as in a fright from my seat. What, cried I to myself, am I doing? Is such a wicked wretch as I am a proper person to set in judgment upon another? I have not murdered, indeed, but how many robberies have I not committed? My heart was changed, as it were, in a moment. I saw my own wickedness, abhorred myself, and repented. But concealing my confusion as well as I could from those about me, I turned about to the captain and said, I will not take upon myself to execute the sentence upon you that your crimes deserve, but I will take care to have you and your men sent to England, there to be tried by the laws of your own country. I then ordered that he should be secured, and all his men, and to make the best of our way with both ships to our island. When we arrived there, I ordered all possible care to be taken of the 3 Indians, but the poor Indian who had been hung up died in a few days. Whilst he lived, he greatly lamented the fate of his mistress, and almost his last words were, Pray hang the wicked captain. As to the females, they soon recovered, their wounds being but slight. The day after we reached our island, I told my mate what had passed in my mind the day before, and that I was determined to leave off the evil course I had unhappily engaged in, at all events. He seemed much affected with what I said, and after pausing some time, answered, But how shall we be able to extricate ourselves? Where go to live with safety? To this I replied, that I was determined to save my soul, if I could not my body, and would sooner get, by some means or other, to England and be hanged, than continue the life I had led. For I considered the words that came into my mind yesterday as no less than the words of God. To this my mate replied, I am not a little affected with what happened to you yesterday, and do pray that I may be enabled to follow you in so good a resolution, and may God give to us both a repentance not to be repented of. But what shall we do with our men? I answered, I have not been without my thoughts concerning them. You know they all love me much, and are not such wicked men as most of their profession commonly are, and I have at times heard them lament their long absences from their families, and now and then express some dislike at the unhappy way they are in. I intend therefore to talk to them, and to propose a way by which possibly we may all obtain our pardon and return again to our own country. Accordingly, the same evening I called them all together, and my mate being present, thus addressed them. My dear countrymen, I once was so unhappy and so wicked as to persuade you to join with me in the evil course, which we have but too successfully followed for some years. What distress by our robberies have we brought upon many innocent persons, but how much greater distress will come upon us unless we most seriously repent of our sins. You know what happened yesterday on board the ship we took. Whilst I was, in presence of some of you, reproving that wicked man, my own conscience smote me with these words of Holy Writ, Thou art inexcusable, O man, whosoever thou art that judgest. For wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself, for thou that judgest doest the same things. And thinkest thou this, that thou shalt escape the judgment of God? From that moment it was, I hope, given me to repent, and I am determined to break off my sins, let the event be what it will. As I once led you into the ways of sin, happy should I be if I might recover you to the paths of virtue. Consider, though we have hitherto escaped the vengeance of man, we cannot escape that of God. Nor indeed can we in all probability, to the end, escape the justice of man. The wretch who yesterday no doubt glorified in his success over an innocent, helpless woman before night fell into our hands, and has lost his liberty and the riches for which he damned his soul. Let his fate be a warning to us before the like befalls us. I have thought of a method by which we may very probably escape the punishment due to our crimes, do a noble piece of justice, and have an opportunity, if God shall please to bless it, to repent. It is to keep the prisoners we took yesterday close confined on board their own ship, and to secure that and the treasure in it, and to draw up the whole account of this affair, to send it to the injured lady's uncle in England, acquainting him that if he will apply to King James and procure a pardon for us, that we may return to England, upon condition that we bring the captain and all his crew there, that they may suffer for their crimes, and deliver up to the lady's uncle the ship and all effects on board. This no doubt will be complied with. To carry this scheme into execution is to stop the first small ship that we may meet with going to England. I will tell the captain our situation, and our desire him to take me on board, and set me down on the coast of Holland or France, as may be most convenient, where I may wait in safety whilst he carries my letters to England, until I can receive the conditional pardon and a passport for myself, and you to return to England in a convenient limited time, which as soon as I receive, I will hire a small sailing vessel, and make what haste I can to you, that we may once more see our native country. As we have always divided among ourselves what we have taken, if I reach England, I will publish my return, with an offer to restore the effects I have unjustly taken, to such persons as can satisfy me that I robbed them, though I should have nothing left. For if I don't do so, I shall doubt the sincerity of my own repentance, for there can be no true repentance without restitution. As to you, I must leave it to your own consciences, whether you will follow my lead or not. But God grant you may. Consider what I have said, and may God direct you, and tomorrow give me your answer. They accordingly came to me the next morning, when they all expressed their hearty consent to my proposal, though I could not but observe that this unanimity of opinion proceeded from different motives. In some, it arose only from fear of being caught and hanged, in others from a desire of enjoying their ill-gotten wealth. But I had the pleasure to find that a few were touched with what I had said, and seemed to manifest signs of repentance. I answered that since they were come to this resolution, our immediate business was to watch for the opportunity, and that when it offered, I told them that they must be sure to continue upon the island till I should return, unless I stayed so long as to give them good reason to conclude that some accident had happened to me. This they all most solemnly promised to do. And now, sir, said Captain Shore, speaking still to me, the wished-for opportunity offers, if you please to afford it, but I lay you under no restraint, for though I wish you may grant my desire, you are at your liberty. If you have any reason to object to it, you are welcome to pursue your voyage in peace and safety, for I will not offer the least injury to you, or any with you. For my part, answered I am very ready to give you all the assistance in my power towards carrying so good a resolution into action. And as I have some business to transact upon the coast of France, I can very conveniently land you there, and when I arrive in England will diligently and faithfully execute what commission you shall please to give me. Well then, replied Captain Shore, I will go on board my own ship, and get together such things as I want, and return to you that we may proceed upon our voyage. In the meantime, sir, in order to remove any bad impressions that your crew may have conceived of me, be pleased to inform them that I did not stop you as a pirate, but only to request the favor of a passage to France. I promised I would do so, and accordingly did, and they were all well satisfied. As soon as Captain Shore returned on board with his baggage, we set sail, and when we arrived upon the coast of France, I there left him, and being myself returned safe to England, have waited on you. And here, sir, continued the strange captain to my father, is a letter from Captain Shore to you, bills of parcels of the goods on board your niece's ship, and some other papers belonging to your niece. End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. After Captain Shore had obtained a pardon for himself and crew, he returns in search of Mrs. Winkfield. Fate of the captain who left her on the uninhabited island. They resolve to settle their affairs in England and live with the Indians. Conclusion. My father and I heard this wonderful relation with great attention and surprise, but still mourned for you, my dear Unca, being ignorant of your fate. However, we proceeded to bring the captain to justice. The case was laid before the king and council, together with Captain Shore's petition, on behalf of himself and people. I got the conditional pardon granted, having 3 years allowed to bring home the ship and crew with a proper passport. As soon as Captain Shore received notice of this, he came home to England in order to hire a ship to carry him back to his people. Whilst he was making the proper preparations for his voyage, we were much together. I asked him, as he was well acquainted with those parts where my cousin had been left upon some island or other thereabouts, whether he thought it improbable to discover the island. He answered, I know these parts extremely well, and I doubt not that if the captain will give me the best account of the situation of the island that he can, but that I should be able to find it out. This gave me great pleasure. Well then, said I, if my father and mother will give their consent, I will go along with you in quest of her. It is not impossible, added I, but she may be yet living. I have read of as surprising deliverances. At the worst we may find her bones, and pay the last honors to her dear unhappy memory. And here, my dear Unca, I wept indeed. My father and mother consented with pleasure, and as soon as everything was settled and ready, we sailed. We had a speedy and prosperous voyage to the captain's island, where he and the pardon he brought were highly welcome. I saw there the wicked captain who robbed you. He gave Captain Shore a very clear account of the situation of your island. We stayed here no longer than till your ship and the captain's were ready to sail for England with your treasure, and the prisoners all under his mate's command. We promised to follow them soon to our native country. We then set sail for your island, and happily discovered it. But what was a much happier discovery, found you alive and well. Thus, my husband ended his extraordinary relation, full of a wonderful series of providences. At length, the time arrived to expect the return of Captain Shore, and now my husband went twice every week over to the island for 3 months, but no appearance of any ship. But at last, as he approached the shore one morning, he saw a streamer playing in the air. He knew the signal and rejoiced. But walking to the place where he first landed out of the ship that brought him, he saw no cannon, nor anybody upon the island. He continued, walking along the shore, yet saw no ship. At last he spied a cannon. Having always a tinderbox ready about him for the expected occasion, he struck a light and fired the cannon. It was not long before he saw a boat making for the shore, and soon discovered that Captain Shore was one of the company. They were very glad to see each other. It seems Captain Shore had arrived but the day before, when he set up the flag, and having waited all day, left the cannon ready charged before he returned on board. My husband went on board the captain's ship and dined with him, when they agreed that Captain Shore should come with my husband to our island and spend 3 days with us. We were both very glad to hear that our father and mother were all well, and our sisters. We desired Captain Shore to relate the particulars that had happened from the time he left the island, which he did as follows. I shall pass over the unimportant accidents that occurred during our voyage. Upon our arrival in England, I found all your family well. They were amazingly surprised to hear of Mrs. Winkfield's being alive, and the thought of your being together made them easy as to their not seeing their son again with me, as they expected. But when I told them of the strange things that I had seen and heard on the island, they were confounded. I know not, said your father, what to make of these things. They exceed human comprehension. Surely your fears and surprise made you to imagine things to exist that really did not. May be so, returned I, willing to drop the subject, that I myself did not understand, and which, if insisted on, might have given great uneasiness. I should have returned much sooner here, continued Captain Shore, but as my ship and Mrs. Winkfield's were both arrived a week before me, I was obliged to stay till the cargoes were landed, and what belonged to Mrs. Winkfield committed to your father's care. Besides, I was obliged to attend the trial of the captain and the crew, who were found guilty upon their own confession. The captain and 3 of his men were hanged at Execution Dock, and afterwards hung in chains. The rest of the crew were transported for life. As soon as this was over, I and my men took out our pardons in due form. They afterwards went where they pleased. Several persons who I had robbed at sea brought in their claims, all which I fully answered. These things settled, I set out in Mrs. Winkfield's ship and arrived safe at your first island. In return to Captain Shore's relation, we acquainted him with everything that we had done in his absence, and satisfied his curiosity about the wonderful things that he had met with upon the island. When we finished our account, the captain expressed great surprise and satisfaction at what had happened, and added, Since what has befallen me, I shall not like to reside in England, nor any more to be concerned in worldly affairs. Therefore, if you think me a true convert, let me join in your society. We replied that we had no doubt of his sincerity and should be very glad of his company. We now agreed Captain Shore and my husband should return together to England, that my husband might take a final leave of his relations, receive his parents' blessing, and settle half of his and my fortune upon his sisters, and leave the rest for charitable uses, and bring over such books and things as might be useful to us in our retirement. But we first determined to go upon my island, to collect all the gold treasure there, to blow up the subterraneous passage and the statue, that the Indians might never be tempted to their former idolatry. When all this was done, and the golden treasure put on board, the captain and my husband set out upon their voyage. They arrived safe in England, saw our father and mother, who consented to their son's request, and gave him their blessing. As soon as my husband had sold his golden treasure and settled his affairs, and bought a large library of books and many kinds of goods and linens, he and Captain Shore once more returned to me. We ordered the sailors to unload their cargo upon my first island, and to leave us a large boat for the more convenient conveying of our goods to the other island where we lived. We did not suffer the sailors to come any farther upon the island than just to land the goods, that made no discovery of our habitation might be made. As we never intended to have any more to do with Europe, Captain Shore and my husband ordered a person who came for that purpose to return to Europe with the ship, by whom, for my father and mother's satisfaction, I sent over these adventures. Finis. End of Volume 2. End of The Female American, or The Adventures of Unca Eliza Winkfield, by Unca Eliza Winkfield, Anonymous.